welcome back to Nintagious. How you guys doing tonight? Volpe, Coulter, it's good to have you. Anyone else lurking about? Let's get into this. I'm excited. It's been a while since we've done... When was the last time we did Picross on the channel? I don't even know. It was that Picross RPG that came out, which was also super cool. This is a little bit more straightforward. Oh, I had my bot open, but I didn't have my second screen on. There we go. Pixels. Well, this is a jam. Picross S play data detected. Extra puzzle E3 unlocked. Cool, I get extra stuff for having the other 3 games. Nice. Well, there's a lot of modes in this one. Alright, options first. No hint roulette. Don't highlight lines, don't correct mistakes. Oh yeah, you can play these multiplayer, which I think is really weird. I don't know if I could do a Picross multiplayer. I don't like Mega Picross. We'll get there sooner or later. No. We don't need no stinking tutorial. That loops all the way around, okay. So yeah, there's like... If this is the same as the other games, there's like... Yeah, you see the star up there? You can like star the puzzles by not having any of the hint stuff on. So we're just gonna go ahead and turn all that off so that we don't have to worry about it. The 5x5s are gonna be super easy. It probably won't be until the 15x15s that it starts getting like kind of difficult, which is unfortunate because that's not until page 5. Holy cow! Well, 10x10 can sometimes be tricky. They don't waste your time with 5x5 for very long, at least. So for those, since I did skip the tutorial, I guess I have to explain some of this. Where's that? There we go. I'd like to think a lot of it might be kind of obvious, but then other parts of it probably aren't. Also, my mind can just do it so quickly that I'm like, what? I did that fast, like, my mind did it faster than I could even think to explain it. If that makes sense. So really, you got the rows and you got the columns, and those numbers are how many tiles you have to fill in on that row or column. So since these rows are 3s, we know it's a string of 3 blocks in a row. As a result, we know that that middle one has to be filled in. Since this is 4, we know these 3 have to be filled in. And since this column is 4, we know that that can't be anything, so the 1 can't go there. This is 2, so we know that that can't stretch that far. Which then tells us that this 3 goes there, etc. I think my D-pad is dying on my Pro Controller, and it's really unfortunate. I'm noticing, like, erroneous inputs a lot lately. We're just gonna burn through these. Oh, we're already up to 10x10. Okay, cool. There was three 5x5s. They were like, nah, you got this, go. You start with the big numbers, is basically what you do. So since you start with big numbers and you start with the edges. So since I saw there was a 10 on that top row, I was like, well, that's just a good place to start then. That's just a good place to start. Same with this one. Like, you see the 10 there, you see the 10 there. That just gives you a good foundation. Then you can go from there. 2, 1, 1, 2. So when it's multiple numbers, it's those numbers of that number of blocks in those orders with spaces between them. But it could they could go anywhere. So we know that the 2s are on the end, but then like this 1 and 1, that could go here, that could go here, that could go here. We don't know that much until we fill in that, and now we know they go here. Ooh. That's different. Ordinarily with these games, if you... Oh, that's what I wanted. I wanted X's, not... That's what I did wrong. I think these are new. I don't think these are in the other games. I think that's if that's a kinda... If I want to test things out. I've played Picross games that have those, but these typically haven't. Not necessarily. Yeah, I saw you mention that the Phoenix Wright trilogy was on sale. A bunch of Capcom stuff's on sale for some pretty good prices. There was something they had on sale that I was like, I kinda want to get that, but I have so many other games to play that I talked myself out of it. I forgot what it was, though. The early puzzles are gonna go super fast, yeah. It'll be easier for me to explain on the later puzzles, believe it or not. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. So you've only watched people play them, Coulter? You've never played one yourself? Hopefully there are some that you haven't watched, so that you can still do some of them blind, then. Yeah, it sucks. Is that gonna break your Stardew Valley habit? That's unfortunate. That's like, even though I mentioned like, oh, I have all the hint stuff off, and part of that is because of, that's how you get like the best ranking. But the other part of it is like, sometimes I get ahead of myself and I make mistakes that I immediately know are wrong. And it frustrates me when the game, when you're playing one of these games and it penalizes you for that, when you were like, I knew that was wrong as I made it. How'd they make the menu music such a jam? Like, hello? I feel like the actual puzzle music isn't as much of a jam. It's not bad, but... Oh, you haven't watched them enough for it to be like... that you know it inside and out already. Still, you're gonna know, like, plot twists and stuff. It'd be nice if you could play some of them and still have those surprises, you know? Unless you haven't seen, like, the entire thing be played. Was the shame of like me watching Twain play Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa last night was like they're super entertaining playthroughs, but I'll probably never play the games myself because I'm watching so much of him play them that there's not going to be any point to playing it myself, because I'm just going to be like, I'm just going to know everything already. With a game focused on, like, the storytelling like that. Man, it just... everything just clicks. It's so satisfying to be like... It probably looks like, how is this fun, right? Because like, some of these I'm just blurring through so fast. But... There's a satisfying edge to it where it's like... I've been playing these for like 20 years, right? So I've been like training my mind all this time to get to this level. And the fact that I can still do it without like having to warm up or anything, I'm just like, oh yeah, I got this. Like, there's something satisfying about it. Yeah, so far I don't really love the actual puzzle music. I mean, they have other options, so I might change it later. The music for Doom 2020 was at 163 BPM. I don't know anything about music, so I don't understand why that's bad. Is it just that it was too fast and, like, anxious? And you're saying that was in, like, the beta? Like, they changed it before it came out? Because that's the one that just... Yeah, 2020, that's the one that just came out. I don't think I know the Phoenix Wright, like, main theme off the top of my head. I think I only know the one... I don't even know what it's called. I think it's the one that plays, like... when you really, like, have somebody cornered. Have any of these taken me over a minute? That one did. I was curious. What is that, like, what the music is called? I do like that they're already, like, they're already getting a little bit more challenging. I can't just autopilot them as I was at the beginning. Taking a little bit more focus and thought. Oh, it is called Cornered. I just know it's the music that plays in Marvel vs. Capcom when you get, like, all of the evidence and then, like, throw out the objection and go into, like, that turnabout mode or whatever. It's the music that plays when he does that. Alright, so these last ones, the last one on, like, each page has, like, that yellow border. They force you to do this one without any hints. I guess not force you to, they challenge you to, might be a better way of putting it. Rocket is the best character in Marvel vs. Capcom? I don't know about that. I never really cared for him, to be honest. Now I have that little star medal up in the corner. Cause I did all of them, no assist. Oh boy. Yeah, color Picross is pretty difficult. Extra is more difficult mode than Picross if you're playing for the first time. We recommend playing Extra after playing normal. 30 by 30! Holy shit. Okay. Those are, they're big. They're big, got it. Yeah, then clip Picross is like... It's like a bunch of little puzzles that make up a big picture. Which it looks like there's more of them in this one. I don't know. Last one's might have had 5 too. He had two themes in Marvel vs. Capcom, because he has the normal one that plays, and then he has the one that plays when he goes into, like, turnabout mode or whatever. I do not recall what either theme is. I don't know anything about those games. Or rather, the extent I know is from what I've watched Twain play, basically. I played a few of them, but I never got very far. They just didn't really, like, hook me. They're one of those games where... Have you ever played a game where, like, the first night you play it, you're, like, super hooked, and you can't put it down, and you play it for just hours straight, and then you have a hard time picking it back up after that? It's always been, like, one of those types of games for me. Oh, I see it. Because there's a hand pulling the tray out. I was like, what am I looking at? A novel game? You mean, like, a visual novel? I mean, that's basically what it is. You're not wrong. That's not even necessarily an opinion. I think that's, by definition, what the genre is. Could be wrong, it might be called something else, but... of an issue tonight, but I'm like feeling a little antsy. This is like, I think this is the first time I've been standing with this new setup, so now you can probably see why I changed my lighting so drastically. Because you can see the light in the ceiling, like, very clearly. And if that's on, it's just like there's a supernova above my head. Like, it's super bright, and it looks really bad. I really don't care for this musical theme. Usually I don't, like, change the music. Because at worst, it's usually just, like, neutral. And I'm just like, I don't love it, but it's fine as background music. This one's, it's too high-pitched. Alright, Coulter, no problem. We will be here. Yeah, it's supposed to be relaxing, but it's too high-pitched to be relaxing. Oh, now we're amping it up. I don't even see an obvious place to start here. I guess it would be here. Yeah, we know that. So yeah, this is when I can probably start, like, actually explaining what my thought processes are. Like I said, this one here, the biggest number we had was the 5, but because it's a 10 by 10, we have no idea where that 5 is gonna lay. There's no overlap there. If it was a 6, you could see that it would overlap here. Like, if the 6 was all the way to the left or all the way to the right, there'd be overlap in the middle. So you can assume those 2 blocks, but because it's a 5, you can't do that. So I had to look at the combination of numbers that would fill up the most space in a row, which would be this one. And then kind of triangulate, okay, if they're all the way to the left, where would they be? If they're all the way to the right, where would they be? Where's the overlap? So now we know that that 3 has to be there. Those are both 2s, so they can't go there. Therefore, that can't go there because that's a 4, which means that's stretching over here. Those are both 1s, which means that's a 2. 2 can't fit there. Those fit in there. Now we know that that 5 stretches there. That does that. This, here. Yeah, they made me try a little bit harder on that. That was a bit of a difficulty spike. Which is good. I like that they ramp up a little bit faster. I remember some of the older Picross games that Nintendo's studio put out had that issue where it was like the first several hours of the game you were like, these are way too easy. It kinda sucks because if you're a new player, it might ramp up a little bit too fast. Maybe. Not sure. I'd be curious to know how new players would feel about one of these. I don't know how, like, newcomer friendly they are, is what I'm getting at. And, like, that's important too, right? So again, we don't have a whole lot to work with on this one. But like I said, that's good. Not only from a player standpoint, because like I said, it's boring if they don't ramp up quickly enough. And you're just like, this isn't even a challenge. And from the stream perspective, I have to assume that speeding through is probably not super interesting. It's probably harder to understand what you're seeing when the puzzle only lasts, like, under 30 seconds. What, they did a visual novel, like, style segment in Undertale? You know, I often wonder if I'll ever actually play Undertale. I feel like signs point to no. But never say never, I guess. I know I'd never stream it. I can say never there. I would absolutely have to play that on my own time, because I know the community would just ruin it for me. Oh, the music was similar. I get you. No, I guess I did skip all the tutorials here, so I don't know how, like, well the tutorials spell all this out for you. Do they explain more complicated techniques of trying to figure some of this stuff out? Back in the day, I kind of had to figure that stuff out on my own, right? Because the studio that makes these is actually Jupiter, I believe. They have their hand in some of the Pokemon games. Hey, we technically don't know that that's where that goes. Yeah, we do. Disregard. And they've actually been making Picross games since the Game Boy. They made and Super Nintendo. I actually don't know which one came out first, but they made a series of Mario Picross games. There were 2 on Game Boy. There's 1 on Super Nintendo. Only the first one on the Game Boy ever got localized. But I played all of those, like, in my teens. And they didn't explain some of this more complicated stuff. They taught you the basics, and then you had to figure the rest out on your own. Hi, Twain. I don't know what you're talking about. That's the sort of thing where I read it and I'm like, Twain has either been in the sauce or his account got hacked. Yeah, I'd love to play the Mario Picross games on stream. I think that would be kind of fun. There's it's an interest thing, right? Games like this are a bit of a gamble. I have no idea how people are gonna take to watching something like this, so I kind of have to. Dugong. Who's that Pokemon? It's a really unclever Pokemon name. For those that didn't know. If I knew, if I was like, oh, people love watching this stuff, I'd be like, let's play Allum. Let's play Allum. But I don't know. You tell me, right? I think my constant concern would be, do people even understand what they're watching? Like, I'm not super confident in my ability to explain things. So I feel like even trying to explain, there's probably a lot of people that are not grasping what I'm talking about. But maybe that's not true. I don't know. I guess the only way to know that is... let me know. Do you guys understand what you're watching? Do you need to understand it? Maybe you don't need to. Maybe that's not an important factor. I know a lot of people are probably just like, it's a chill hangout, that's all that matters to me. It's like, okay, cool. That's fine. Maybe if this music were a bit more, like, actually relaxing, that would be pretty helpful, but I feel like this music gives me anxiety. I just want to finish the puzzle so the music stops, so I should definitely change it. One-time character from the Fairly Odd Parents. I've never watched the Fairly Odd Parents. So... I also, as you know, don't give a fuck about memes. So... that's... I got that working against me, too. Well, memes. That one was easy peasy. I know what it is, I just haven't watched it. I've heard of it. I just haven't watched it. Of course. These are actually ramping up quickly enough that, like, I don't really even have time to talk about what my thought process is. I'm too focused on trying to figure it out. Like I said, is good. Some of those 5x5 and even some of the early 10x10 puzzles I took one look at and was like, I got it. Like, it was just, I could immediately see it. Random Nick shows being discussed, Legends of the Hidden... You would love Twitter right now. Because for some reason, that's all people are doing with the quarantine, is they're just bringing up old shows. And being like, yeah, remember this? Yeah, I was like Disney afternoon in the afternoon, and then Nickelodeon stuff at night was kind of how my childhood went. Yeah, Disney Channel used to be like an exclusive thing. Like you didn't just have it. But Disney Afternoon was not on the Disney Channel, it was on something else. Forget what, but... Avatar: The Last Air guy. Airman? The Last Airman? Oh god, we're just inventing a meme right here and now. The Last Airman. Avatar was really good. Avatar was really good. Not the shitty blue alien movie Avatar. That movie fucking sucks. Don't at me. Last Airbender's really fucking good. I never watched Legend of Korra. I still have to watch it at some point. But the original was very good. The original, The Last Airbender is what taught me that cartoons these days are not beyond saving. Like, I was in a state there where I was like, all cartoons these days are terrible. And then I watched that and I was like, holy shit, this is like one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Looks around nervously. I think I'm the only one that got that reference. Avatar's the most overrated film ever created? Yes. What's the... No lies are detected in this statement. That's... super accurate. I can think of other overrated films, but none of them are nearly as overrated as Avatar was. And on that note, yes, The Last Airbender movie was horrid. It was horrid. It was... And that's coming from somebody who can usually... I'm the one that can look at Sonic 2006 and be like, there's some good things here. No, The Last Airbender movie was... There was no redeemable features in that movie. It was just... Why was this made? It was just... Why was this made? It was the mighty number 9 of movies. I never expected this number of... Now, these aren't hot takes, but saying Avatar is overrated, I guess, is kind of a hot take. A lot of people would disagree with that. I never expected that out of a Picross stream, though. That's what I was getting at. Yeah, it was just money. Apparently they're making a live action The Last Airbender on Netflix, like a series, and it's actually like the original creators of the show making it. And I'm like, I'll give it a shot. I will be open-minded and give it a shot. Man, why you gotta be hard? This isn't hard, but it's like, I'm already having to focus more than I was expecting that I'd have to. I was like, oh yeah, Picross stream, this will be easy. This will be good for hanging out with chat, because I don't even need to focus to play Picross. Oh boy. Oh boy. Jupiter be like, got him. Alright, Twain, no problem. We will be here. What's for dinner tonight, if you didn't leave already? Okay. I think the answer is fairly obvious, but what the hell is a simp other than a meme? That's like the new boomer, right? Not in terms of theme, but that's just like, that's the new insult that somebody invented and it immediately became a meme and now everybody's saying it. Because within the last week I've just noticed all of a sudden that's the new, the new like insult. And it like came out of nowhere. And all I can think is who was the clown that said this and made it a fucking meme. Like I said, I think it's fairly obvious what it means, but I'm still like, I kind of want to know the backstory here. So that way I can judge if it's a good meme or if it's garbage and it needs to die. It's important. Everyone wants to know my stance on new memes, right? That's... It's one of the reasons you tune in. Thing for a while that's caught lately, specifically because of growing popularity of e-girls. What the fuck is e-girls? Wow, that's not what I expected a simp to be at all. Okay. I'm glad I asked now, because I was like... That is... What the fuck is that? Baumkuchen? Baumkuchen? Baumkuchen. The fuck is Baumkuchen? Looks like bacon or wood. It could go either way. Like, I figured it was short for simpleton. Which I would have actually been, like, more okay with. Because that's a word you don't hear very often. So suddenly calling people simpletons is, like, kind of funny, right? Because it's like, damn, you haven't heard that one in a while. It's a lot more creative than just calling someone a fucker or something. And those types of insults make me happy, because it makes people go, wait, what did you just call me? And those are, like, the best kinds. I'm dumb. See, as soon as I made that mistake, I knew it was a mistake. If I would have left, like, autocorrect mistakes on, I would have gotten penalized for that, even though I knew that was a mistake. Oh, it's an acronym. Okay, I was gonna say, what does simp mean, then? Yeah, I think my D-pad is going. That was completely like a right input, and it read it as a right up input. That doesn't make me feel good. Fortunately, I guess I don't use the D-pad for a whole lot, but... Suckers idolizing mediocre, okay. The word itself is coming its own meaning. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, watching Twain play Danganronpa last night, like 7 times somebody used the word, the term simp, and I was like, low-key I wanted to be like, what the fuck does that mean? And where did it come from all of a sudden? But I also see where that conversation leads. Because again, it's the whole boomer thing. Boomer was just so suddenly a thing. Just one week I woke up and everybody was calling each other boomer, and it was such a meme, and I was like, I don't understand this meme. Because there was no explanation, it was just expected that you knew what it meant. And if you asked, they were just like, huh, okay boomer, you don't get it. It's like, so you just are like, okay, I'm just not gonna ask then, because fuck it. No one's actually gonna explain anything. So... Thought does not stand for the whole ooh that. That's not what it stands for. But you get points because it was funny. Yeah, I guess like it's not inaccurate. Don't be sorry, like I said, it was funny. Stop being hard. That's what she said. I guess this song is growing on me a bit. It's still, like, really high-pitched and not that relaxing. Like, it's just not chill. And that's a minor and or large issue, depending on who you ask. Oops. See, I've made so many mistakes where I'm just, like, pressing the wrong buttons. It feels bad to get punished for that. Oh, is E-Girl that's what they were like, we're just gonna come up with a new term and act like it's actually, we're giving it a positive spin even though it's the same thing? Is it like one of those things? You were playing Wind Waker? I'm sorry. Fuck Wind Waker. I can't think of a better rage game for me to potentially play on stream than Wind Waker. You guys think you've seen me angry? Like, you haven't seen me play Wind Waker. Fuck that game. I was gonna say, I'm missing something. I knew I wasn't stuck, I was just missing something, like, really simple. Lol. Simp. Memes. Track this reminds me of. Is it the overworld music in Final Fantasy IX? That's it, right? It's funny because Coulter said this song has a nostalgic feeling. That's what I'm getting. It's the overworld music from Final Fantasy IX. That's probably not what you were thinking, though. Specifically that whistle. Is it 9? Am I thinking of the right one? It might not be 9. I think it is, though. This part in particular. But even, like, the background beat. Mushrooms are disgusting. Just gonna throw that out there. It's important information. The sad thing is like, I can't fully place it because I have this music playing, and I can't, like, fully, like, grip the track in my head and be like, oh, it's this one. You know what I mean? Speaking of Final Fantasy IX, easy peasy. That's why you don't like Final Fantasy games. So I'm gonna be honest, I was talking to Eno about this, I was talking to Twain about this. I think that's part of why Final Fantasy VII is, like, so well received. Because I think Final Fantasy VII's storyline is actually pretty well constructed. It's not super convoluted. Whereas you look at, like, 8 and even 9, and some of the shit happening in those games, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it's too needlessly complicated. Whereas 7's, I feel, isn't. 7's is actually, like, pretty understandable, I think. And I think that might be part of why people like it so much, because it's not... You don't have to spend days reading on Wikipedia all about it to understand what the fuck is happening. You can just play the game and understand what's happening. It's not like Final Fantasy XIII where you have to fucking read optional content to understand anything about the storyline. That's right. But yeah, even though 9 is, like, one of my favorites, when I was replaying it, like, last year, half of the stuff in that plot... First of all, Kuja's terribly written. He's a horrible villain. I really don't like the whole... Oh, that's what I wanted you to do anyway type of villain. Like, fuck that. Like, that might have been one of the things that kind of killed playing the game again for me, is I was like, Kuja is horribly written. Like, this is not an interesting villain. Maybe he gets more interesting later, but as far as I saw, I was like, no, he's just... Things are happening, and then he's showing up to be like, oh, that's what I wanted you to do, and it's like... So they didn't write this storyline. You guys remember, like, I've gone on, like, storyline rants before about how, like, when you write a story... You should have your point A and your point Z in mind. You should have your beginning and your end. At least this is the way I'm looking at it. But some storylines, you'll be, like, following along and you'll be like, this is just point A to point B to point C to point D to point E. They're making up each point as they go. They don't have an end goal in mind. They're just doing things, and then they're trying to find ways to string it together. That's what Final Fantasy IX started being. You were just going and doing things, and then Kuja was showing up and being like, this is what I wanted you to do. And it's like, but you were nowhere to be found. That's not written. That's them shoehorning the villain in and being like, oh yeah, he's still relevant. This was all according to his plan, but there was no evidence that it was according to his plan until he showed up and told you, this was all according to my plan. That's not super interesting writing. I feel like 6's story is semi-simple, too, from what I know of it. Compared to, like, 8? Who the fuck knows what's going on in 8? Now, part of that is time travel, so that causes issues, but then, like, as much as I like 8, don't get me wrong, like, I like 8, but its storyline is kinda dumb. Hey guys, how's it going? I'd say it's going pretty well so far. For a chill puzzle stream, we've been having a lot of, like, heated conversation and hot takes, which I did not see coming. But other than, like, well, I mean, I would still consider that a good thing, because for a game, for something like this, you kind of need the conversation to keep it moving, so it's not a complaint at all, but it's just unexpected. It's just unexpected. All because, did we seriously get on the topic of Final Fantasy just because I realized this music reminds me of Nine's Overworld music? Is that how we got on this subject? Yeah, two's main premise is kind of the same, you're not wrong. Two's main premise is like, yeah, there's an evil empire that's doing bad things. But 6's characters are way more interesting. 2's characters are pretty straightforward. They're just kind of like, we lost everything because of the Empire, we have to stop them. And that's about all there is to it. Like, not a whole lot to them other than that. Which again, I liked 2. When I played 2, I enjoyed it. I had fun. Always worth pointing out that just because there's something that I think is not necessarily great about a game doesn't mean I hate it. I'm just being a realist, I guess. I can't just look at something and blindly worship it and be like, it's perfect! Because I like it. Like, no. Mostly because I hate it when people do that. This game is the best game ever made. Why do you think that? Because I because I like it. No. That's the reason why you, like... You like it because you like it. Yeah, that, like, sure. That doesn't make it the best game ever made. Doing it for you doesn't mean it's the best game ever made. It just means that it does things that resonate with you. Could mean it's your favorite game because of those reasons. Which is what I always rant about, right? There's a difference between best game and favorite game. There's a very large difference. A lot of people don't see that. They just think, I like it, therefore it's best. It's like, no. Life ain't that black and white. Oh, Jeff, you asked how I like the new villager that replaced Ed. He didn't move in yet. I just suddenly remembered that because I saw a friend pop up in the corner playing Animal Crossing. He'll probably move in... I don't think he'll be moved in yet by tomorrow. Planning on streaming Animal Crossing tomorrow. I don't think he'll be moved in yet. But I mean, I picked him, right? So it'll probably mostly go fine. I went to like 6 or 7 different islands looking for a villager, and that was the one I picked. I was like, he's a French bird named Jocks wearing a beanie that says Zootolores a lot. I was like, yeah, I think we got a winner. That'll do. Yeah, Evil Empire is kind of a thing in a lot of games. Not even just Final Fantasy. Hell, that was... I guess maybe not a thing in Dragon Quest XI. It kind of was until you found out that, like, some super demon was behind everything, but... we're slowly getting ready to return to normal things. That kind of sucks for... I mean, we've talked about that, right? Because they laid off a bunch of employees, right? So, are a lot of those employees willing to come back on such short notice? Or is everybody remaining just going to be super overworked for a while? Because if so, that sucks. And a lot of that is just coming from what you've said about how they came up with all these sales and stuff to try and keep business moving, which makes sense. I'm not going to hold that against them. But despite having the increased workload, they weren't increasing the staff. So you were just constantly overworked. And it's like, are they just expecting they can continue to get away with that? Because that's shitty. Gives them an opportunity to pull the whole, well, you know, we only have so many employees, but you were able to handle the workload for a couple weeks. Why should we hire more people? Like, they can just use that as an excuse to save money. Can you tell I've dealt with a lot of people that have worked for shitty employers that have taken advantage of their employees? Because I don't fucking trust employers. Even in, like, a small town like that, because I guess I've seen it from that angle, too. It's just like, I don't trust them to do what makes sense. They do what makes sense financially, but that's about it. Oh, you did kind of... They do have some backup, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. Alright, I'm kind of on a roll again. Oh, it's a fan. I thought it was a gingerbread man. Did anyone else see that? I saw a face. A twisted face, but it was a face. That was another instance of, like, I immediately knew that was a mistake. Yeah, 9, like, a lot of those stories develop into not an evil empire, but, like, at the beginning, you're looking at an evil empire, yeah. Even 7 is like... It's not an empire, but it's like an evil business. What's the difference, right? And then eventually it evolves into something else, but that's how it starts. But that's the thing, most of the Final Fantasies start pretty simple. It's that the further you get into them, it starts to get more complicated, and you're like, okay, what the fuck's going on? Even 13 is like a corrupt religion government thing. What's the difference between that and an evil empire? Isn't it, like, kind of the same thing? Except that has aliens question mark? I don't know. I don't even like talking about 13's plot because it's so fucking nonsensical. It's a pencil. That's not a pencil, it's a bottle. They trolling. They trolling. You're both for and against expanding the roster at work. I could see that. You've probably enjoyed the peace, right? Of not having to deal with as many idiots. Once you got used to the extra workload, you were probably like, huh, I have, like, less morons to deal with now. I can just do my fucking job. It's like, yeah, I could see the appeal. On the other hand, more work. This is totally Final Fantasy overworld music. 100%. It's like I'm waiting to get into a random battle. Like, it builds the same level of anxiety. You never know when the random battle's gonna hit. I fucked up. Wasn't that big a deal? Yeah, that's true. The tips are either going to you or being split in less ways. No assist. Oh fuck. I take one look at this and I'm like, oh god. They don't. There's nothing. Where do we start? There, I guess. It's about the best I can do. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. This. transition to sitting down again here soon. My legs are already starting to get tired. Fuck me, dude. Like... I gotcha. I see you. I guess the thing I'm realizing more and more lately, and hot take alert, because some people would strongly disagree with this, but something I'm starting to realize lately is that I don't think the Japanese are very good storytellers. I'm noticing that a lot of video games and anime and stuff just typically don't have very well done stories. They tend to rely on convolution a lot, or vagueness. Like, they do a lot of just... The characters just speak in riddles a lot. They seem to think that's good storytelling. I find that tremendously obnoxious. Like, I can't stand that. But I'm noticing it's just a thing they do a lot of. Yeah, especially with, like, takeout and takeout delivery, all that stuff. Which is good that they've managed to still have business, but the thing that sucks is they cut back on employees, and they just piled all the work onto one person. Which, yeah, like I said, small town. They did that in where I lived in Virginia a lot. There was a lot of places that were just like, oh, you're overworked? Too bad. What are you gonna do? Go work somewhere else? Like, fine, go ahead. Like, they tend to just not care because they're like, well, what are you gonna do? Like, there's only so many places to work in this town, so you can either put up with it or not work. Not saying all small businesses are like that. I'm just saying that's from a small sample size that I had exposure to. That's what it looked like. And that's the thing that makes me untrusting. It's just funny, because, like, it's not like it's something that affects me, right? So why should I care? But then I don't like to see other people getting treated poorly like that, so... Yeah, you'll never work in this town again. That's how it was in Virginia, at least, in that one small town. If you, like, left an employer, they just... I wouldn't say they blacklisted you, but word got around fast, and then they'd have trouble finding work elsewhere.
Buttons. Press the right buttons.
Yeah, you mentioned you worked in retail for several years, right? And it was just horrible. Which... yeah, depending on the company and the town, that mileage may vary. I've heard the angle of, oh, working retail was a nitmare, and then I've known other people that have worked in retail for over 10 years, and they don't hate, they're fine with it. They're like, yeah, it's okay. That in particular is alarming, though, because isn't Walmart one of the companies that you usually hear good things about? Like, oh, they're so good to work for. But then you hear other people who are like, no, I fucking hated it. I was miserable working there. But like I said, its mileage may vary. I don't know what that is. A shoe. I was going to say it was a cucumber. Moving on. Was that a Walmart you worked in? I remember you having that job. I didn't remember it being a Walmart for some reason. Oh, you only worked there for 3 years? I thought you worked there longer than that. But if the circumstances were bad enough, then yeah, that could still... Any job for any amount of time could almost break somebody if the conditions are bad enough. But I remember you didn't have many troubles working there, you know. I seem to recall. Maybe I'm totally wrong on that, but I seem to recall that was like a relatively peaceful position. I don't know what that is, either. A cannon. I wasn't even looking at it from that direction. I was... Oh boy. Okay. Oh, I'm sure there are, Volpe. I'm sure there are some that are quite well constructed, but I feel like most of the super popular ones are actually not that good. Oh yeah, I've heard that the customers on retail are like typically that's typically the issue, right? Especially something like Walmart, because that's most of the people I've known that have worked in retail worked at like grocery stores. So holiday rushes were bad, but then at Walmart you have like Black Fridays. And it's funny too, because living in a smaller town like you do, you think people wouldn't be as rude because everyone knows everyone, right? Doesn't stop people. It doesn't stop people at all. People don't give a shit. Although I sometimes wonder... if it's not that people don't give a shit. It's that people are so... They're so self-serving that they just don't realize how despicable of a human being they're being. It's not that they don't... There's a difference between not giving a shit about other people and being so focused on yourself that you never start thinking about other people. You know what I mean? Some people are so wrapped up in me that they don't think about other people. It's not that they don't give a shit. It's that their mind never... It's so low on their priority list. Whereas other people just actively don't give a shit. Does that make sense? Other people are given the opportunity to care, and they don't care. Whereas some people are just like... What's in it for me? Like, they're too busy thinking me, to realize that there are other people. So I wonder how many rude people, how many, like, rude, shitty people there are in the world that are in that category. Like, what percent of rude people are rude because they actively choose to be rude, and how many of them are rude because they just never, their thought process never gets that far. Which, both are bad things, right? Like, it's not like one is necessarily okay. It's not like one is forgivable. It's like, oh, you're just so self-centered that you're rude. Like, that's still, well, you're still fucking rude. But it's, like, slightly better. Fuck. We got a hard one. That's what she said. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. We got this. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. False alarm. I goofed. It's a game with over 200 IQ. I don't know how, like... I don't know where these games rate in term... Or where... Not these games, but I don't know where this activity rates in terms of that sort of thing. I never thought about it. It's just something I picked up when I was a kid, and I was like, yo, this is fucking cool. I like this. It's kind of zen. Because it's like, it seems like something where you have to, like, really be thinking hard, right? But I'm kind of not. I'm kind of just, like, clearing my mind. I think I talked about it a bit the last time we did a Picross game on stream. Where it's like... It's almost like my mind is splitting up the activities. Part of my mind is focusing on talking with you guys. The other part of my mind is, like, set to autopilot, and it's handling all of this on its own. It's only when I get an exceptionally difficult one where I'm like, oh shit, I have to actually, like, stop and think about this one. Otherwise, my mind is just kind of going. Which, like I said earlier, it was like an hour and a half ago already, that's the satisfaction, I think, is like, a lot of people, some people might look at this and they're like, and be like, you're doing all of these in under 5 minutes. How is that any fun, right? Because you're just kind of burning through it. But it's like, there's a level of satisfaction where it's like, I spent so many years learning to do this that it's, like I said, it's kind of zen. I feel like that's, like, kind of the best way to put it. Even though I feel like it's also a very nonsensical way to put it. Because a lot of people could hear that and be like, what the fuck does that mean? It's like, I don't fucking know. Feels good, man. Until they ask me to be a tryhard, and then I'm like, yo, like, oh, you just wait until we get to Mega Picross, and then I'm gonna be like, fuck this, like, I'm gonna have to be in tryhard mode for Mega Picross. I fucking hate Mega Picross. I wish they'd stop putting it in these games. I remember the first time I played Mega Picross, which was on, Eno remembers, it was on Pokemon Picross, when they released that free one on 3DS, and that was when I got introduced to Mega Picross, and I was like, I fucking hate this. This is awful. Alright, focus. What are you not seeing? What are you not seeing? That. Yeah, that has to be filled in. That's not tremendously helpful, but it was slightly helpful. We don't necessarily know if one goes there. Or there, or there. Damn, I missed that the entire time. Although, again, that's not super helpful. Sometimes you just gotta poke around until you find a breakthrough, and then you're like, oh, I see it. Just gotta find, like, one thing, and then you're like, ooh, there it is. Got it. I don't know if there's, like, an actual, like, technical, like, Picross community-approved term for that, but I just call it a breakthrough. When you find one piece where it just all falls together. And it's usually that, like, that one piece usually takes you actual minutes to find. Like, you're just stuck for a while, and then you just find one little thing, and you're like, oh, right there. And then it's just... You're not wrong, Volpe. Yeah, there's different types of mindsets, for sure. It's not just a slider scale, just a number, right? People can be smart in different ways. Maybe not smart in different ways, but knowledgeable in different ways. The one that always puts it in perspective for me, and I'm always surprised that other people don't look at it this way, like, maybe it's just easy for me because of background, but let me just finish this one, and then I'll continue that thought process. I was, like, super close to finishing it. My family is typically very, like, handy. They're good with, like, mechanical stuff like that. To put it simply, like, they know, like, for example, they know a lot about cars. I don't know shit about cars. But if I'm ever, like, talking about, like, computer hardware, and they'll be like, I don't understand how you can understand all of this stuff. And I'm like, it's literally the same thing as how you know a lot about cars and I don't know a lot about cars. Hardware's hardware, right? I wouldn't say I'm smarter because I understand this technical stuff and you don't, because you understand how to take apart an engine and put it back together. You have car trouble and you can actually get under the hood and fix it. I couldn't do that. I'd have no fucking idea what I'm doing. I can't even change a tire. I could probably figure it out, but you get my point. I think a lot of people will just often look at things as I don't know it. Therefore, it must be like out of the. I talk a lot about curiosity, right? If you get curious about something and you want to learn more about it, go fucking learn about it. You got the internet. Just grab your fucking phone, stop looking at memes, and go fucking learn something. It's easy. But a lot of people don't do that, which I think is, like, super sad, because all this information in the palm of our hands, and people just don't look. They're just content to not know, and be like, oh, well, that's a thing I don't know, so I guess I'll never know it. It's like, learn. If you don't care, then that's one thing. I don't give a shit to learn anything about cars, for example. If I wanted to learn about cars, I could go learn about cars. I don't care, though. That's not something I have an interest in. But a lot of people will treat it as if, I don't have that information yet, so I guess I never will. And it's like, It's an honesty thing. I've talked about that before in terms of like even just game interest. Like, don't make it sound like that's out of your control. Because that's in your control. Nobody's stopping you from going and learning about this thing, right? The only one stopping you from doing that is yourself. Even if it's like, oh, I just don't have time for that sort of thing. If you were really interested, you'd make the time. It's that simple. I've had people ask me, like, how do you have all this time? I wish I had all this time to play video games all the time. I make the time because I'm passionate about it. That's the thing. Do you think I couldn't be doing other things with this time right now? Of course I could be doing other things. But I'm making time to do this, to play video games, to stream, because it's something I'm passionate about. But a lot of people will just act like... I think people are afraid that if they're honest and just say, I just don't have an interest in it, then people are just gonna be like, oh, well, fuck you then. Like, so it's easier for them to say, like... to make it sound like they would have an interest, but there's things stopping them from having an interest. It's more of a socially acceptable response, I think. But I can see through that. Small talk doesn't work on me. Yeah, like, even with this, it's not difficult to learn Picross. Like, all you gotta do is sit down and do it. I am not super intelligent. I'm not like a Tony Stark or anything. If I can figure this shit out, other people can figure this shit out. I would say I'm fairly average intelligence, but I have curiosity, which probably gives me an edge. Because I'm willing to look into things and understand them. And a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't have that. I feel sorry for them, to be totally honest. That sounds condescending, but I do. I feel sorry for them. They're missing out. Especially in this age, in the information age. You have so many opportunities, and people don't take it. They're just like, I'm gonna shitpost on Facebook and come up with new, and just fucking post memes that people have heard before. Lel. Memes. That's your contribution to society? Like, I get it, it sounds super condescending, but... Overall, my point is just be curious. And don't be ashamed of that curiosity. I think society raises people to not be curious, which is kind of a shame. How many people, when they were little, would say they either had a parent, whether it was their own or someone else, or even an older family member, kind of be like, be quiet, don't ask questions. Kids are better seen, not heard. That discourages curiosity. How many teachers have people had that, like, treat you like you're dumb for asking a question? Like, that teaches people to be ashamed and like, of that curiosity instead of embracing it and learning things. I feel like I'm always a broken record getting on that subject, because we talk about it a lot, right? But it's something that I'm passionate about. Like, I wish people were more curious. And if I did anything with this channel, I think that would be what I would want, like, what I'd want people to take away from this channel, especially kids. Like, be curious. Stop memeing. Talk to people like they're people, and they will talk to you like you're, like your people. How you play chess, I say that I play chess, and others are like, oh cool, yeah, I play chess too, then we play and you destroy them, because they don't play chess, they just know how the pieces move. Yeah. But it's still something people can connect on, which is cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of obscure moves in chess that a lot of people probably don't know exist. And now we have the problem of using less lights. I dropped my bottle cap and I don't know where the fuck it went because it's dark and I can't see. Where the hell did it go? There it is. Sorry. Like hell if I was gonna leave it down there and just leave this bottle uncapped with the potential to be tipped over and spill. It's not how we do things. Do you want ants? Because that's how you get ants. Well, memes. And hi, Scarlett. How are you? Sorry I missed you coming in. I think I was in the middle of a... It wasn't really a rant session, right? I wouldn't say that was a rant. I don't know what I'd call it, though. Which mini-game is it? Yeah, fucking... Why were the PlayStation Final Fantasies so fucking plagued with mini-games? Why was that a thing? It does sound... Scarlett, back me up here. Back me up here. This music sounds like the overworld music from Final Fantasy IX. Back me up here. Yeah, you're not wrong. Depending on the type of game, with what you're saying about they lose so bad so fast that they just don't want to play, that can be bad. That's why I don't like. That's why I didn't like tryhards in Smash Brothers, because I was like, you have to you have to know how to dial it back. You have to know the skill of your opponent and kind of not go all out and present them with situations that they can learn from, instead of just fucking three-stocking them. Like, it's the same basic principle. And some people can't do that. That's what a tryhard is they can't dial it back. They always have to go full tilt because it's all about winning to them. But it's like... That's dumb. That's dumb. By the way, we're gonna do hundo pixels for 10 likes. Because it's that time of the night. Volpe's a tryhard. I don't think you're... I've only watched you play Smash like once. I don't think you're a Smash tryhard, though. There's a difference between going all out and being a tryhard. Because a lot of people, a lot of tryhards, if you say this whole thing about you need to be able to dial it back so that you can match your opponent's skill level, they'll be like, oh, you want me to sandbag? There's a fucking difference, you fucking tryhard. Like, no, don't sandbag. Like I said, it's presenting your opponent with situations that they can learn from. With the ideal outcome of, if you do that and help them learn, you will then have another opponent that is on your level. Tryhards don't think that way, though. They just think win, 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 win. They don't want opponents, they want victories. I've been low-key thinking about streaming Smash again, but the tryhards scare me. Not scare me, but it scares me to think that they could ruin my experience of the game again, because that's kind of why I stopped streaming Smash, is because the tryhards were getting to me. Like, playing with tryhards is just not fun. I have to make sure if I'm going to do it, I have to think of enough ways to keep them in check so that they just don't run rampant. And if that means making some rules that are going to make them outright not want to play, then so be it. No promises on that, by the way. Even if I decide to do it, I don't know when the hell we would do it. It might make Twain happy to know, though, that it was playing Smash with them on that members only night that made me like, man, I want to play this game again. There are 3 things I was talking about during that stream. Most people probably weren't watching it because it was members only. You couldn't even chat unless you remember, which is the idea. That's not a criticism. But I was mentioning that there's 3 things that ruined playing Smash for me. Streaming Smash for me. 1 was the tryhards. 2 was the input delay. There's just enough input delay online. And not necessarily the input delay, the buffered inputs. Smash Ultimate has a problem with buffered inputs, where if you are like... I'm trying to think of a good way to put this. Like a way to explain this, for those that don't know what buffered inputs are. If you put the command in to roll, to do a roll dodge, and you hold that input for too long, it will automatically read that as you trying to roll a second time. And then if you don't let go of the command, it's designed so that you don't button mash. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to make it that everyone's inputs were more deliberate, instead of just mashing shit. That's what the design element, the design thought process on that is they were trying to eliminate button mashing so you'd be more deliberate. The problem is when you're playing online, it gets really bad because of the input delay that you naturally have playing online. Your character will just spontaneously do a lot of shit where you're like, I didn't press those buttons, and it's because they were buffered from the thing you did before that. And it's really fucking annoying because you'll lose a lot because of that. And that's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling to lose because your character just did something that you didn't tell them to do. So that was one reason that I got frustrated playing. 2 was tryhards. And the third one, which is kind of related to the tryhard thing, is that I fucking hate playing against Joker. That one character made me stop enjoying the game. I can't stand playing against Joker. I think he's a free character. I don't think he takes much skill to use. he's really good despite that. And everyone who uses Joker thinks they're fucking amazing. Newsflash, you're not that amazing. He's an easy-to-use character. The whole Persona mechanic is completely free. It's really stupid. They don't seem to want to nerf him, because I guess it's intent. I think they're doing the same thing with Smash 4, although it's not nearly as bad, where they don't want to nerf DLC characters, because they don't want people to feel like, oh, I bought a character and then they nerfed him. That's bullshit. So they're just not nerfing them, which is really shitty. It's nowhere near as bad as Bayonetta and Cloud were in 4, but it's still kind of obnoxious. But those were, like, basically the 3 reasons why I was like, I'm not having fun playing Smash anymore. And I guess I can't really give Joker full credit for that, because we did play with everybody on random. So as a result, people didn't really you weren't able to just, you had to randomly get Joker, but even then playing against him, like, infuriated me. He seems like such an imbalanced character. Which is funny, because people don't complain about him. People just complain about Hero and the RNG, and it's like, I thought Joker was way worse than Hero was, honestly. That's not right. Back up. That's super wrong. Sorry, I'm focused in. Ah. Hamburger? I was kind of close while also not being close at all. And hey, Seven. How's it going? How was your stream? I stopped in very briefly on my phone when I was in the process of waking up, but I didn't stay very long. If you played Persona 5, maybe you'd like Joker more. Maybe. Something that's kind of unfortunate. I forget who I've talked to about this. I talked to Eno about it briefly. I think I talked to View about it. I feel like what's turning me off from Persona anymore is not necessarily the Persona community, but I feel like Persona 5 is being treated as like a new standard. I talked to Twain about this too, because a lot of people criticized the Final Fantasy VII remake when it came out for being too short. It's still like 40 or 50 hours long. That's not that bad. That's like a pretty average length. If anything, I'd call it a little short. But people are now getting used to like, but Persona 5 is like 137 hours. What the fuck? People are just treating it as like, this is what games should be now. Except a lot of people will admit there's a lot of fucking bloat in Persona 5. Like, it's not all, like, real content, but a lot of people are also not admitting that. They're just treating it like this is what all games should be like now. And that's starting to aggravate me. So I think that's another reason why I can't fucking stand that character in Smash. I'm like, man, when he was announced, I was like, yeah, alright, that makes sense. Nintendo's relationship with with Atlas is pretty good. That makes sense. But then as I started to, like, be exposed more to the Persona, like, fan base, I was like, ew. This is... why? Why would we do this? I think... and it's not just Persona 5. Dragon Quest XI has the same issue, where it's super long, sometimes to its detriment. Three Houses was another one that was like, it was super long. I got like 92 hours out of my first playthrough, and that was only one playthrough, and I plan on doing another one. A lot of people would be like, oh, just all games should be this long. Three Houses had some bloat in it too. Like, let's be real. It wasn't all... like, there was grinding. It wasn't all, like, unique gameplay or anything like that. It's not like every single hour was a brand new slice of gameplay that I'd never experienced before. People are starting to get a fucked up idea of what game length is, I think. And that's coming from somebody that's pretty picky about how much they get out of a game. It's another flower, right? I think. Yay, I called it. You'd call it a success. So how many games did you go through? I'm gonna be honest, when you sent me the rule list for it, right? And I was like, even reading the rules gave me anxiety. I was like, this sounds terrible. I had to read them like 3 times. I was like, what am I reading? I think it's like... I think overall it's a good idea. I personally think it sounds horrible. Like, I wouldn't want to do it. But let's look at how many streamers there are out there that never get out of their comfort zone. They just play Mario Maker over and 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 just beat it into the ground. So I think it's a really good idea. I guess my thing is, like, the whole concept is to get people trying new things, right? And I already do that. So I'm kind of like... I think that's why it sounds agitating to me, because I'm like, I already have plans to try other things. Like, it's kind of what I do. So that just sounds like it's derailing what I was already going to be doing, which was serving the same purpose. If that makes any sense. But I think in the grand scheme of things, like I said, I think it's a pretty good idea, because there's too many streamers that just never get out of their comfort zone. And if that is what the intention was, I'd say I would probably support it. Perhaps goes without saying, I'm not trying to say that you're one of those streamers, by the way, because I know that you're not. But just in case somebody was like, what are you, shit-talking Sevens? Like, no. That'd actually be a very naive thing to expect that I might have been doing. Especially if I was specifically targeting Mario Maker streamers and you'd think I was talking about 7. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It's a penguin. too invested in your own thoughts and or yapping to catch what we were talking about. I didn't go into full context. Oh, 15 by 15. Now it's on. Now it's on. You're welcome to, like, this is basically an open invitation for self-promo, Seven, by the way. You are more than welcome to talk about the things you are doing. Because you know more about it than I do. Like... But, the gist of it is that it's some sort of, like, streamer challenge. I don't know who started it or anything, but the idea is... Oops, that's alright. It's probably right, but it's not a worthwhile gamble. The idea is... You donate $10 to a streamer and they have to use that money to pick up as many games as they can with that $10 that are only either 75% off or priced under $3 to begin with. The goal is to, like, get people to try new things. I'm paraphrasing a lot, so it might not be completely accurate. It didn't help that I read the thing you sent me, like, as I woke up. I was still in bed, so I was probably not fully awake when I was reading it. The thing for me that makes it sound, like, anxiety-inducing is the thought of, like... How to put this? Feeling forced to do it? Like I said, I already have so many plans of so many different types of genres of games. I feel like, for me personally, I feel like it would just be somebody, like, borderline peer pressuring and being like, stop everything you're doing and do this instead. Does that make sense? Even though I'm like, look at the crazy variety of shit. I'm playing a lot of stuff that no one else is playing on YouTube. That's not entirely true, but no one in our group of streamers is playing. So it's like, just let me go about my business. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, there's that you can't pick a game that the person that tagged you already played. Yeah, and then you have to stream them, and each one gets exactly 30 minutes, which I imagine if you find one you really like, then you just keep streaming it afterwards, but... I forget how much this was. I think it was $10, but it might have been a little bit less than that. It was one of those things where as soon as I saw it, I was like, yeah, I'm buying it. I didn't even look at the price. It could have been $60 and I could have just fucked myself, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I think most of these are like $8, $10 in that range. Yeah, these are usually pretty cheap. They sell these at, like, a budget. I think the most expensive they've ever gotten has been, like, $12. I want to say it's never gotten higher than that. Though, like I said earlier, I don't necessarily know how newcomer-friendly this game would be, since I skipped all the tutorials. So I don't know if it would be good from a perspective of, like, someone who's never played Picross before, if you'd be able to get into it pretty easily with these. I want to say yes, but I'm just not 100% sure. So as you guys can see, like, these are bigger puzzles, but they kind of got easier again, because they're kind of, like, easing me into, oh, hey, bigger puzzles. How is that an air conditioner? I guess I kinda see it. Is that like a hand holding a remote in the corner? I guess. Anyway. That would be an interesting thing, Scarlet, because, like, every now and then you see games on sale for, like, under $1, and people buy them just because they're under $1. It'd be kind of interesting to make that an industry of, like, we just make these tiny little, like, one-off games that are just sold for $1. They're just little, like, mini-games. But I guess that's what mobile gaming is. And those, but the difference is those are free and then plagued with ads. Has anybody ever, does anyone play mobile games, like, ever? Or recently? I feel like mobile, the ads they play on mobile anymore are super fucking cringy and, like, unprofessionally, like, they're the most unprofessionally made ads I've, like, ever seen. Like, they're really bad. Like, is that just, like, the new thing of, like, is that supposed to be a style of, like, oh, haha, lel, it's so cheaply made and shitty. Like, is that supposed to be a thing, or I don't get it. I don't know. It's something I noticed. When was that? A couple days ago. I don't even remember what I was doing, but I saw an ad and I was like, what the fuck is this ad? This looks like an ad that, like, you know the stereotype of, like, the shitty streamer that is, like, trying to play a game while filming it on their phone, and, like, they don't even have a tripod or anything. They're just doing this while playing. It's like the ads were made like that. It's, like, very unprofessional narration. The guy playing is usually really bad. It's, like, what is that? Like, was this supposed to make games look appealing? Because it doesn't. It makes them look horrible. I'm just curious, like, how? Why did that become a thing? Anyway. Random rambly thing. That probably no one knows what the fuck's being talked about. That's pretty. One of the games you played was 24 cents. It was super addictive and most of your mods bought it. It's like, yeah, sometimes there's nothing wrong with games being like, I think was it Zeodrifter that I bought for, like, under $1? I think Zeodrifter I bought for, like, it was super cheap, and I was like, for under $1, like, it was fun. If anything, it kind of lacks replayability, I guess, which kind of sucks. With a game like that, you kind of want it to have some form of replayability. Other than speedrunning, because not everybody's into speedrunning. By the way, you know, there's like 5 fucking modes in this one, so I feel like this one's actually really good value. Most of them only have Picross, Mega Picross, and Clip Picross. And Mega Picross, the puzzles are the same puzzles as regular At least they usually are. I don't know if they are in this one. But they're usually just the same puzzle. And then Clip Picross is like these big mural kind of thing, where it's a bunch of small, which we actually have all of them for this one. I should do that one. This one has color, and it also has extra, which are fucking 30 by 30. There's a lot of shit in this game. Like, I've only touched the Picross mode, and I'm already pleased with this. There's a lot in this one. I should introduce you to the coding language I was learning a couple years ago, Scarlet. I feel like you could probably appreciate that. I've been pondering a little bit about trying to make like a small game lately, but I haven't really gotten anywhere with it yet. I haven't gotten to a point where I'm like, oh yeah, this is an idea I want to pursue. It's just been like little thoughts here, little thoughts there. Something I want to do, though, is... Usually my game design ideas revolve around the concept of fixing idle games. Because idle games are like, that's a job. I remember when Cookie Clicker came out, and I was like, this is a thing. Like, I could tell that was like a thing that has a lot of potential. But I feel like the developers that stuck with it and decided to like make idle games, they didn't do it the right way. They're just squandering that potential. They're all like super redundant, and you get bored within like a couple minutes, and then it's just like, oh, just come back later after the game's been working while you're gone. And it's like, the game should keep you playing. There should be something where you can sit and play it. The idea of the game keeps playing while you're gone should be a bonus for, like, oh, you went to sleep. Like, when you get up in the morning, your guys will have done things. That should be a bonus, not the full feature of the game, right? Like, I feel like there's something there, but like that's most of what I play on phone on my phone is just random idle games, because I think it's a very like interesting idea. I haven't found one that I'm like, yeah, this is the one that makes it work. Like, they all do the same thing, which is just a problem with mobile games in general, is nobody has their own ideas. They just all copy the same idea. Often, literally, like, they just have their own art style, and that's about it. Otherwise, mechanically, they're all, like, the same game. Even, like, gacha games, they're all the fucking same game. Like, I feel like... I look at mobile games and I think, there's a potential here. There is potential for mobile games. No one's taking advantage of it. They're just shitting out, like, the first thing they can think of just to make a buck. And it's like, man, this industry could be a thing, but it's not. It's just a series of cash grabs. So usually when I think about, like, do I want to make a game, that's where my head goes, is like, can I actually fix this and, like, do something here that might be a long-lasting experience that people are actually like, this is a brand. Like, in 10 years, nobody's gonna remember any mobile brands, right? It's okay now, though. But, yeah, like, mobile isn't gonna have a Mario or a Sonic, where in, like, 10 years, where we're like, oh yeah, I remember that. Like, that's not... Some people will, but it's not gonna be anything that's, like, a household name. Yeah, when I lived in Virginia for a bit, I picked up some coding, but I didn't really, like, get anywhere with it. I was pretty proud of the fact that, like, despite the fact that it wasn't even a month that I was looking at it, I was able to, like, slop together, like, a working game engine that needed polish, sure, but it functioned. I don't know if I have the time for that sort of thing anymore, though. Like, I like what I was saying earlier, I'd have to really be passionate enough about it to make the time. And at the moment, I'm not that passionate about it. It's just kind of a what-if floating around in the back of my head. I can't justify putting that kind of time aside for something like that. But yeah, I found, like, I don't even remember what got me on that line where I was like, hey, I should check out coding. I don't remember, but, I found it's like a building block coding language, if that makes sense. There are other coding languages like that, where you don't have to actually, like, type all the coding out. It takes, like, the common parts of coding and just turns them into, like, blocks, and then you just section them together to kind of, like, build the code. It was super easy to learn. You could publish to HTML for free. You only had to... It was completely free. You didn't have to buy it unless you wanted to, like, publish to an actual platform. Then you had to buy it. But if you were just doing stuff in, like... If you were just putting it on a website for people to play for free, you could use it as much as you wanted. It seemed like a pretty decent, like, gateway. That's a stupid thing, too. Like, people remember Candy Crush even though that wasn't the original. Like, Candy Crush was just ripping off Bejeweled. coding is hard, but it isn't too hard. I found that coding is a frame of mind. It requires you to think a little differently about everything. It was interesting because, and I don't think I could even explain it, but it was interesting to learn about, because it was like, I'm trying to think of even like a simple like what if scenario that I could be like, here's a way to explain it. But I don't think I could, but it definitely was like, it was enlightening to learn about, because it was just such a different way of thinking about, like I said, everything. Not even just games, just like things. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not experienced enough with it to like explain it at all. Other than the fact that it was interesting. I tried to make a very simple, like, Mega Man clone engine at one point, and I was amazed at, like, what all, even in that, I just was like, wow, I didn't think it would be this difficult to make something that I consider to be a simple gameplay mechanic. Except it's actually much more elaborate than that. It also taught me a lot about cause and effect and balancing games. I can't remember what it was recently, but I went on a rant like 3 weeks ago about how, like, a lot of kids will look at games, a lot of adults will just look at games and they'll be like, they should do this. Like, how many times in a Smash stream have you heard people say, they should make this move do this thing? But then you have to think about, like, okay, if it were to do that, how would it affect the rest of the gameplay? Like, how would that affect everything else in the game? Most people don't think of things like that, but that's something you do have to think about. And that's something that was interesting about game design to me, is, like, just trying things and see what happens. And then being like, oh, that doesn't work because of this unforeseen consequence that I didn't think of. Like I said, I'd like to get back into it someday, but I think to get back into coding, I would have to have streaming get to a point where I don't have to rely on artwork. Because there's no way I'd be able to, like, I barely have enough time for art and streaming as it is. There's no way I'd be able to have time for all three. That's just... no. I'd have to cut back on the other two enough that I'd cease making money. Which would just be unproductive. Does that fit? Almost. Almost. That almost fits too. Which does mean... see, now we're getting to a level where I imagine if anyone's trying to follow along, they're probably seeing a lot of the stuff I'm making, a lot of the decisions I'm making, and thinking, how the fuck did you come to that solution? Like, why did you believe that that was the case? But I'm kind of going on the assumption that people don't necessarily want an explanation of my every thought process here. And that might not be necessary for the sake of enjoyment. Maybe it is. Let me know. If you want to hear me explain every thought process behind every decision, say so. I will do better to provide it. No, it could technically fit down there. I don't think it does, but it could. That is technically accurate. Safe assumption, but I'm not comfortable taking it. Alright, now we know that 4-1 can't fit down there, so 4 has to be up here. Which closes that off, which closes... There isn't actually a Picross minigame in Final Fantasy VII, is there, Scarlet? That was just 100% a joke, right? That would have been super cool if there was. I would have been really into that. Earbuds. Or a doctor's thing, but then it would have shown the thing that they put up to you if it was that. Which they didn't. So earbuds. I don't even see what the picture is until I finish, to be totally honest. I've stopped seeing what the image is because that just leads to you making assumptions and then trying to fill it out based on what the picture is. Hey viewer, how's it going? Can I open it here? I don't think I can open it here. Okay, so with what you said, does this one have any system in place for wrong placement of blocks? You notice how I'm getting down in the corner? There's a star for no assist. And then back on these, there's that star up in the corner. I have all the assists turned off. There's 3 types of assists. There's the hint roulette, which other games have had, so you probably know what that is. Navigation shows you if that row is correct or incorrect. It like highlights it in blue or red if it's correct or incorrect. And then there's also autocorrect mistakes. But I turned them all off right away because you have to turn them all off to get the stars, so. And I'm a Picross tryhard, apparently, so. But yeah, it's there, but it's toggleable, which is, I imagine, the answer you were looking for is, if it does exist, can you turn it off? Because I definitely hate Picross games where you can't turn off mistakes. You just gotta kind of deal with it. Pointed out a few times tonight already that I've made mistakes and then I immediately know it's a mistake. And getting punished for those is like the worst fucking feeling. Where like, as you're pressing the button, you're like, oh, that's not right. But then the game's like, oh, sorry, you just lost 15 minutes on your timer. Now granted, this is a little different. This one doesn't, you don't have a time limit. It times you on how long you take, but it doesn't say you have 15 minutes to figure this out. Which is nice. I'm not necessarily a fan of that. The Mario Picross games have that problem. It has a timer, and they take time off of the timer if you fuck up. So even if you make a mistake that you know it's wrong, you're losing like 2 minutes every time you do that. It's like, oh. Like, even if you do that, if you just press a button at the wrong time, that would have been like, oh, lost 2 minutes. Yeah, the blue and the highlights of, oh, this row is correct, is, especially from a learning perspective, it's probably really useful. Which, that's something that's pretty cool about this game, is that you can just turn them off individually, so as you determine, I don't need the hint roulette anymore, you can just kind of disable that. Just one at a time, as you're like, I don't need this one anymore. Yes, correct. How was your debut? You were off today, right? From streaming, I mean. It's Thursdays and Fridays. No, is it Fridays and Saturdays? I don't fucking know. I can't even keep my own schedule straight, let alone anyone else's. Half the time, I don't even know what fucking day it is. For some reason, yesterday, I was convinced it was Saturday for the longest time. And then just at one point in the day, I was like, it's not fucking Saturday. Like, how'd you mess that one up? That's the downside of... A lot of people will hear, oh, you can make your own schedule, that's fantastic. That's the downside of making your own schedule, is that sometimes the days just blur together, and you legit don't know what day it is. Especially when you take a day off at, like, a random time. That's one of the reasons I started wanting to take specific days off every week, instead of just being like, I'll take off whenever I need it, because that just leads to confusion. So since my days off were different this week, now my head is all like, what day is it? Oh, this got try-hardy all of a sudden, hold on. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people probably can't even schedule right now. Holy God. Okay. Oh, dude, wait, what? Okay. Don't panic. Holy shit, don't panic. Whew. Sometimes that's scary, because sometimes that happens and you just go... I've gotten stuck on some of these for days. Like, this is S4, right? I've played all 3 of the other ones. I've had some puzzles in some of these games where, like, I try it, get completely stuck, leave, come back in a couple days, and I'm still like, I have no fucking idea what to do. Like, I'm just lost right now. So every time I get stuck for even a second, I'm like, oh god, this is it. We're done. It's a paper airplane. Oh god. Not home row. I forget how we got on that topic a couple weeks ago where we were talking about typing and home row, and I was like, bitch, no one uses home row. Oh wait, no, that's right. I don't use... I mean, I probably do, but I don't, like... Maybe it's just that I don't consciously think about it. Like, I don't reach for the keyboard and think, okay, where are the little grooves at? I gotta find those before I know what I'm doing. But yeah, maybe I'm doing it without thinking. I don't know, it's one of those things... Again, I don't remember how we got on this topic a couple weeks ago, but it was one of those things where I always thought it was stupid because by the time I had to take typing classes in school, I already knew how to type because I grew up, like, around computers. So them introducing stuff like home row to me, I was like, huh? Shut the fuck up. Like, let me just type. They were like, no, you have to use home row, and then you got, like, punished for not doing it, and it was like, but... I'm the fastest typist in the class. And I got it all right. And they were like, but you didn't use home row. I was like, what? So it was just something that was always ridiculous to me, because it wasn't... wasn't something that, like... That's not how I learned, I guess? Maybe I did, and I don't remember it, but I don't remember that... I only remember it being a thing when I already knew how to do it, and they were like, no, you're supposed to do it like this. Imagine being, like... Who knows how old I was at the time, but imagine... being old enough to eat on your own, like, you know how to eat, you know how to chew your food, and suddenly they try to tell you you're chewing the wrong way. And you're like, what? That's what it was to me. I was like, I know how to do this. Why are you inventing this new way for me to do it when I already know how to do it and I'm getting the correct results? So it just always seemed ridiculous to me. Welcome back, Scarlet. Your power went out? That sucks. But it wasn't out for long, so it's not too bad. And Volpe, basically what it is, what is it, F and J, I think? I guess it might vary based on the keyboard? I don't know. F and J have these little, like... not indents, but, like, they have these little bumps on the keys, right? You use those to, like, align your hands without looking at the keyboard. To put it super simply. Honestly. Like, I'm perhaps oversimplifying it. We did have douche teachers for it. Yeah, that's correct. Oh, you thought we meant the home key? Yeah, nobody types using the home key. You are correct. Yeah, because the whole thing is, like, you're not supposed to have to look at the keyboard to be able to type. I really only have to when I've just moved the keyboard. See, that's a big part of it. Like, when you're in a setup like I'm in, I just know where the keyboard is so well that, like, I don't even have to, like, look or even really feel. I can just be like, oh, there we are. Like, I just know. But if you're in a constantly evolving setup, or work a job where other people use the office and they're constantly moving the keyboard or something, like, it's probably a little bit more integral. That's not right. Wait, is that right? It is right. You got it. You got it. Not necessarily. Pretty sure that's the case, but not necessarily. Don't jump to conclusions. That's how you fuck yourself in these games, is you jump to conclusions. Even though I'm, like, 99% certain that was correct. Yes, it was. But still, if it wasn't correct, I could have thrown the whole puzzle doing that. And I probably... That's the worst, is when you do have all this shit when you have all the hints turned off, and you make a mistake and you don't catch it. Ugh. Then you just have to start reverse engineering everything to try and figure out what you did wrong. That can be a bad time. In what world is that a water bottle? Do you mean a thermos? Because it looks like a thermos. It does not look like a water bottle. might break it. I'll keep that in mind, Scarlet. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me in check. So I'm curious, Eno, from a perspective of somebody that knows Picross, is it like super infuriating to watch somebody do it? Like, are you just constantly like, I can't believe he does it like that? You know what I mean? I've never watched anybody do Picross before. But I could see it being potentially agitating. It's like a crow or something. I see it. Ooh, I fucked up. Back up. I'm dumb. There we go. It's not a crow, it's like a lizard. So, sure, that works. Oh, really? I was always under the impression that you had the edge, actually. Because I seem to remember you adapting to Mega Picross faster than I did. And it took me a really long time to get comfortable with Mega Picross. The first time I tried it, I was like, fuck this. I hate this. Now I'm like, fuck this, I hate this, but at least I still play. I keep playing it. This music seriously makes me want to play Final Fantasy IX again. Which is uncomfortable because now is not the time. I got nothing. I still got nothing. Oh. Sure. Kind of? Like, I never even finished Mega Picross in Pokemon Picross. I thought you did. Alright. we're halfway through with these, so we're gonna bail out and we're gonna clip Picross for a little bit, I think. Cause yeah, we got a lot of shit to do here. I should take a break before I do that though. I need a drink, so that seems like a good opportunity for a break. It's been 3 hours too. Man, time flies playing this. Oh. All right. Yeah, stretch break, and then we're gonna do. We'll do like this one of these 5. Do I have all of them for these first couple ones? I do. Maybe we'll go ahead and do all 3 of these. I don't know. We'll bounce around a bit. Show off what the game has to offer, I guess. It's more than just the one type of puzzle, right? So. Alright, so quick break. Won't be long. Like I said, I just want to stretch, get a drink, bathroom break, stuff like that. And then we will continue, so stay tuned. This music track is a ridiculous jam. It's kind of unfair that the menu music is this much of a jam. I've said this once already, but this music track is great, and then the puzzle music's kind of like not so great. It's grown on me, but I thought you were talking coloring error with the emeralds. No, it's just that there was only 6 in there in Sonic 1. And YouTube doesn't let you customize, like, membership tiers. You can only have 6, or less. You technically just kind of make them duplicates. Alright, so these are different / weird. Because as you can see, some of them are kind of oddly shaped. This isn't bad. Oops. This also reminds me of something, and I can't place what. I did pixels, right? Yes, I did. Okay. Sunless Sea. I forget what that is. I heard of it, or about it. I don't immediately recall what it is, though. It's probably one of those things that I'd see it and I know what it is. It's a little person. I think. Oh, right, it doesn't show you color until you've done the whole thing. Oh, no, it does. Yeah, it's a little person. That tells us nothing. I'm not gonna spoil that. I'm not gonna spoil that. They usually have they usually stick to a theme with these, which is gonna make it fairly obvious what it is to me pretty early, I think, but I won't spoil that, just for funsies. You guys can just have the fun of guessing. Oops. I'm dumb. That's not right. I see another example there of, like, why I don't like autocorrect. It would have punished me for that, even though I immediately knew it was the wrong move. Sounds relaxing, immediately followed by it's a cosmic horror-based video game. Oh, man. So relaxing. Tagline, lose your mind, eat your crew, die. I think they might have showed it in that last, like, Nindy Direct thing, so maybe that's where I'm familiar with it. I think I know what you're talking about. Man, it's so cool that there's, like, so many different types of games out there. Like, I think that's just... never ceases to amaze me. I guess that's one of the great things about indie developers, is that they're regularly coming up with stuff that we're like, we didn't know we wanted a game like this, and now we do. So, thank you for that. Like that game that Blue and I have been looking forward to, the Red Lantern. Game where you're a dog sled musher. And it's like a survival horror game, and I was like, I didn't know I wanted this. And now... now I see it, and I'm like, I want this. Nothing quite yet. You might have talked about it, yeah. Is it like a side scroller? And you're kind of in like a in like a deep sea diving suit in the whole thing, I think. I might be thinking of something entirely different. But yeah, going back, like... I just find it's exciting that there's, like, always a new game out there, you know? It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, about, like, this thing 7's doing. Like, that's kind of the idea, right? It's that people will experience new things instead of just playing Mario Maker and Breath of the Wild over and over and over again. Because there's so many exciting things out there. Oh, I guess I don't know what you're talking about then. Let's go look. Let's derail, and let's go take a look at what it is we're talking about here, because that's the magic of this. Look, we're fucking booted up in Breath of the Wild. Why is the expansion pass for Breath of the Wild on featured? It's been out for like 3 years. Why would you put that on? Whatever. Is this a special Splatoon demo? I didn't know that. I don't know what this is. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Looks interesting. I don't think this was on the Nindy Direct, because I don't remember, like, I didn't look at it and was like, oh yeah, I remember seeing footage of this. Like, no, this looks totally unfamiliar. That also looks terrifying. I don't know what's happening there, but it looks terrifying. It's some... I've seen other streamers do this. I don't know how much of a concern this actually is, but they tend to avoid watching the trailers on the eShop because sometimes the trailers are copyrighted. And that can cause problems. That's why I didn't just click on the trailer. Probably is fine because it's an indie thing, but... like, you know how, like, Pokemon is? Where if you, like, try... because so many people... a new Pokemon trailer comes out and people just grab it and re-upload it on their channel. So, some companies are super aggressive about that. Hell, I remember Was that the Sun and Moon announcement trailer that I watched on stream, and the entire stream got blocked? And I was like, oh. Okay. It was a long time ago. A lot of people might not remember that, so... I specifically remember it was during a Mega Man stream, though. I remember that much. Because I think it was, like... I think it was part of the marathon. It was, like, when I played 5 and 6 or something, and just the whole thing got blown away. Because they were like, you showed a trailer. Or sometimes they have music in them that's copyrighted, stuff like that. You're not wrong, Scarlet. It doesn't make sense. I mean... I kinda get it. Using the Pokemon example... It makes sense because people are just trying to use it to, like, further their own growth by not putting any actual work into it, right? So that sucks. But yes, you are also correct that it's like... It's still getting the word out there. Honestly, it might come down to something as simple as they still want the money from the ad revenue on the trailers, too. I was actually reading something, like, last week. An artist I follow on Twitter was talking about this, about, like, art theft, and he was like... It's actually somebody I knew, like, back in the day on, like, Mega Man forums, so we're similarly aged, we've been drawing around the same amount of time, and he was saying, like, over the last, like, 2 decades, so many people have, like, stolen my artwork. But no one ever gets away with it, so why worry about it? Like, who cares? Because even at best, they're gonna try to use it to get, like, fake success, and eventually it's gonna catch up with them, right? If anything, it's just putting your work out there more. Like, so who cares? Now, granted... He's looking at it from a very different perspective than most people, because, like, he's already successful, right? Like, people know who he knows, people know who he is. So it's kind of like, yeah, stealing his artwork is kind of like, no one's gonna get away with that. But a lot of people look at it as they are still trying to get that recognition, and they can't get it if somebody else is taking it, which is like, yeah, it's still a problem, but... Funny thing is I say all of that, and I'm like... I don't name drop, because I feel like a lot of people probably wouldn't know who he is. Scarlet probably knows. Scarlet probably knows. If I say the name Andrew Dickman, do you know who that is? Are you immediately like, holy shit, it's that guy? definitely rings a bell. He's done a lot of Mega Man stuff, so I figured there's a chance you might know who he is. He's not like... It's not like he's a household name like Ego Raptor or anything like that, right? Although in certain circles he might be, who knows?
I don't know. I tend not to keep up with that stuff.
It's funny to think how far I've come. I used to think stuff like that was, like, super important, and now I'm like, whatever. We're all just people, right? Who cares? I still don't know what I'm looking at. Oh, I know what it is. Anyone got it? I know what we're looking at. I got it. I got it. I want to say, like, I'll do pixels for the first person that, like, figures it out, but I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I know what it is, but I could be wrong. So it's probably not a great idea to be like, you got it! The answer was A, and then be like, oh, the answer was actually... wasn't even B, it was fucking Q. You were totally wrong. I go, oops.
Eno didn't need much convincing.
Then again, quarantine. Even with Animal Crossing, you're probably still like, man, I just need more to do. Do you guys see that Animal Crossing? This Animal Crossing is now the best-selling digital title ever. Like, I was not wrong when I said it is doing super well. It's sold like over 5 million copies digitally, which was enough to break the record. And they, even in the article I read, they were like, first of all, it's a super successful franchise anyway. Second of all, people are trapped inside. And it just came along at the right time. I will say I thought my D-pad was dying, like, earlier. It seems to be fine now. This music's so elegant. Yeah, people seemed like they really liked Doom, but it didn't have, like, the long-lasting... It helps that Animal Crossing is, like, they're already filtering in new content. Like, they clearly had a plan in mind for, like, filtering content in. Which I'm glad. I was a little worried that the game was gonna be kinda like... Here's the game, this is it. And they weren't gonna, like, be updating it or anything, but, like, updating it is gonna make it really easy for me to, like, keep coming back. Because, like, with New Leaf, that's how it was, right? New Leaf came out, and that was just kinda it. Everything was already in there. So I played it for, like, a month straight, and then I got bored. This one, I played for, like, a month straight. Almost got bored, and then they were like, well, what if we add in Earth Day and Shrubbery so you can decorate your town more? And I'm like, I'm in! I'll play some more. Like, that's all you had to do to pull me in. Can't place what this music reminds me of, but there's something. There's something. Yeah, which is like, how often can you say that line? I heard the word shrubbery and I was like, I'm in. Like, Animal Crossing, ladies and gentlemen. It's funny too, because like, I was just thinking while I was playing the other morning, I was like, I wish there was, like, hedges or bushes that I could put out. Something more than just trees and flowers and fences. I was like, damn, that's something they need to add next game. And then they were like, what if we fucking add it now? Got 'em. And I was like, yeah, you did. You did in fact... Got him. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. Fuck, I hope that's not a mistake. I don't think it is, but I'm a little nervous. I think Animal Crossing. That's what we're planning on playing tomorrow, by the way. If I haven't pointed that out yet tonight, I think I have, but I'm looking forward to doing another stream of it. I think I have enough construction project ideas that we can easily fill a stream. If not more than that, I might actually have enough planned that I might have too much planned. Although, did they fix that shrubbery glitch, or did anybody find out, like, more about what exactly was glitched? Hopefully that's patched by tomorrow, so that I just don't have to worry about it. I have a feeling it's just if you, like, close your game while you have a bunch of the shit in your inventory, that it's just gonna fuck everything up. So as long as you don't close the game like that, it's probably fine.
rise and stretch a bit more.
Oh, it's specifically the grown shrubs, not the saplings? That would make sense. Wait, how do people have grown shrubs already? Fucking time travelers, man. Like, they take time to grow, and it only came out yesterday. I mean, the good news there, looking at it from an with an open mind, they're finding the glitch before it's hitting, like, the mainstream, which means Nintendo's gonna fix it before it affects a lot of people. So I guess they're kind of doing a good service, but on the other hand, it's like, what? People are so impatient. That just makes me more glad that they didn't put all the content in right at release. And they forced people to not just burn through it. Scarlett, talk to me. How do you feel about the instrument choice for this particular track? I'm noticing that, like, zip sound in the back. And I'm like, what a peculiar choice. I don't hate it, but that's not something you hear very often. They've also got the fucking, like, baby rattle in the background. What the hell? It's a very peculiar track. It's probably, more accurately, it's a maraca, but still. A lot of interesting stuff happening. I think I like this track way more than the other ones so far. Unique percussion. Is that like your thing? You always point out, is that Mega Man 4 that does that? Where they use like explosion sounds as percussion? Which is like super unique. Anyone seeing what this is yet? Yeah, it's 4 or 5. I can't remember. I think it's 4. I think it's Cossack's Castle. It's like the big one that does it. I'm in this really weird position with Mega Man games right now, actually, because I'm, like, really wanting to play more, but then the last time I did a practice speedrun night, all of my runs were, like, really bad, and I'm thinking I'm, like, hitting that point where I've been playing it too much, And now I'm just starting to, like, get whatever the opposite of rusty is. We'll see how it goes on Monday, since Twain and I are gonna race. We'll see how that goes. Dragon Quest 9, I would not know which you're talking about there. There's another unique percussion use, though. Actually, I guess we won't see how it goes on Monday. We'll see how it goes on Sunday, since I am doing runs here, and then on Monday we're racing. Stop pressing the wrong buttons. Man, I almost would have preferred that they did all the little ones first. The big ones are making it fairly obvious, I think. Yeah, and every now and then you get one. The smaller ones are, like, typically super easy, right? Every now and then you'll have one that completely throws you. But these are probably all gonna go much faster than the big ones. I never really found myself analyzing music much until, like, recently, because I realized that that's maybe part of the entertainment of streaming, is, like, if you're playing a game with good music, people want to see you react to that good music, right? And acknowledge the fact that, like, hey, this music's fucking great. So I found myself observing it a little bit more. Maybe the fact that I started wearing headphones while playing games helped with that. It's a little bit more immersive from an audio standpoint. There was a trampoline one? I don't even remember that. Honestly. I fortunately haven't really had any that, like, completely threw me just yet. It'll happen, though, because it always does. There's always at least one where I'm like, oh god, what is this? I just realized... Oh no, that is my shadow. I thought that shadow in the back was from the edge of the computer. I was like, oh, I should fix that. Doesn't look great. But nope, that's me, and there's only so much I can do about that. Well, that was... For a second, I was like, Was the 9th one? I don't remember. If I go back and look, I'd probably remember it. Hate tutorials because it tries to explain something. You got stuck in a tutorial for an hour or more. I mean, sometimes tutorials are bad. We were talking about that last night, watching Twain play Danganronpa. There was a lot of tutorials in that game where I was like, these tutorials are really bad. Like, they do not do a good job of explaining what you're supposed to be doing. So it might not fully have been you. It might have been a poorly done tutorial to boot. That's not necessarily there. Except it is. Just wanted to be safe. Oops. Come on, someone's got to see what it's gonna be, right? Sometimes people are just unobservant, yes. Game Grumps are, like, notorious for that, right? Where they'll get into a tutorial and they'll just be like, shut up, stop talking to me, and then 5 minutes later they're like, where am I going? I don't know where to go, this is stupid. Because they weren't reading what they were supposed to do. It is not a shipwreck, no, that is not water. Again, unless I'm wrong. I might be assuming that it's something that it 100% isn't, but I am fairly certain I know what it is. There you go. Ina's got it. Yeah, it's not a boat, it's a house. It did look like a raft at first, I'll give you that. It did at first look like a raft. The key to me was noticing that in the middle is Toto. I was like, it's a girl with a dog. And then I noticed that that was like a roof on a house, and I was like, oh, and they're in a tornado. Okay. In the previous games, these have typically been fairy tales, so that did give me an edge in terms of figuring it out, because I was already expecting it to be something like that. Does that count as a fairy tale? I guess it does. But, like, the last game was Cinderella, I think. Yeah, I think by definition it's not. But I also feel like it basically is. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. What constitutes a fairy tale then? Like, who's defining that? How old does something have to get before it's considered a fairy? Like, that was my thought, is this... Most fairy tales are, like, super, super old, right? And Wizard of Oz isn't that. It's, like, 100 years-ish. Whereas most fairy tales are, like, from times before anyone can remember. But again... Yeah, like, how far does it have to get before it reaches that milestone of, like, oh, it counts now? Man, it sucks that there's not many color Picross. I'm actually going to take the tutorial on this one, because I forget how to control it. What is this jam? This is sick. Oh yeah, I know all this. How do you switch between colors? That's the part I don't remember. Oh. Okay. It's Y. Okay. Y changes colors. Or brings up a radial for switching colors. I think I prefer that. Or you can just map it to, like, all the different... No, we're gonna with choice. That feels kind of right. I honestly don't really need anything other than that. That's all I wanted to know, was how to switch colors. I know how to do them, I just didn't know what the controls were. Yeah, but wouldn't it eventually be a fairy tale in hundreds of years? What would make it not a fairy tale? Oops. They actually improved the color selection controls a little bit in this from the last game. I remember them being kind of wonky in the first game. It's a fun jam. Oh, that's actually animated. Look at that. That would look pretty cool if it wasn't 5 pixels by 5 pixels. There's only 2 5s. Okay, cool. Alright, so yeah, the rules are mostly the same here. You can kind of triangulate some of this stuff. There's only one of those blocks, for example, so we know exactly where that's going. There's only blue up here, so that can be the only way that goes. This is supposed to be like a ring, I'm guessing. See, and that's bad. I shouldn't be looking at it and saying I can see what it is, because that's gonna make me make mistakes. I'm just gonna assume where the blocks go, and then I'm gonna do stupid things. Call it now? Oh, I mean... I take it back. I didn't call it. Hey, based on the colors, that was not a bad guess. So the tricky thing here is that, like, normally we see a 1-6-1 and we know there has to be 1 block, a gap, 6 blocks, a gap, and a 1. In this case, that's still the case because it's all one color. But here, it's 1 block of brown, there might be a gap and there might not be, and then 3 blocks of white. So that's like the tricky part of color, I think. See, that's completely incorrect. Man, I keep seeing it in advance, and that's stupid. Stop it. Like, oh, I see what it is. Like, no, don't. Don't see what it is. Just see the puzzle. Man, even 10 by 10, it's like not much of a... It's still kind of unclear, isn't it? Alright, well there's not too many 10 by 10s. Oh, this looks hellish. Okay, that doesn't help me. Oh god, this looks hellish. Not necessarily that. Back up. Has to go there. This also has to go there, which means that has to go there. It's funny, sometimes color can be really easy, actually. But it can also be really difficult. These are typically well designed because usually what makes color easy is when they don't leave empty space. They just color everything in, and that makes it very obvious, like, what goes where. Like, if they would have made the blue a fourth color, it would have made this, like, kind of brainless, right? You could have just looked at each individual row and just, like, painted it in, but they didn't do that. I've seen games do that before, though. They're so intimidating. Oh my god. Like, I look at these and I'm just like, huh? Who do you think I am? Oh, okay. I see you. So pink goes here, here, and then there. So it has to go in one of those. You know what I wish they'd make another one of? They made a 3D Picross on DS. I think they made another one on 3DS. And I was always interested in trying those out. And it was like, instead of a board like this, it was like a cube with grids on every side, and you had to like... It was super complicated. But I was like, challenge accepted. Like, yes. Not necessarily. Let's not jump to that conclusion. Oh. Actually, yes, that's exactly right. Never mind. Maybe they didn't have the radial color selection in the last game. I just remember... what is that? Oh, it's another mole? Okay. Yeah, I see it. I see it. I'll keep going with these for now. The colors weren't as intimidating, but it's like, I don't know, a lot of this is like... I look at these and I'm like, where do I even start? Huh? Like, whoa, dude. Slow down. These are definitely ones where, like, I can't explain what my thought process is on these, because I'm still kind of, like, figuring these out as I go, to be honest. Like, I'm not guessing. It's nothing like that, but I'm also like, if someone asks me like, how did you come to that decision, I'd be like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure. All I know is this is a jam. That was an assumption. That was an assumption. That was correct, but it was still an assumption. Is that a glass of lemonade? Orange juice, whatever. Intense. What is a mole? A miserable pile of secrets. Oh, never change. Oops. Could technically be there. Let's not jump to that conclusion. 1, 1, 2. Nope. Well, we can come up with part of that. We can also come up with part of this. Look at that. 1, 4. Like that. I wish you could turn off even the numbers turning gray, because sometimes those kind of give things away. That, sure, I would have figured out on my own eventually anyway, but it's like, I didn't necessarily need that to, like, give me that assist. This is super jammy. It's a bird, right? I think. This reminds me of the Endless Mode music from Mega Man 9 or 10, I can't remember which one. Back me up, Scarlet. Specifically, it's a hummingbird, right? Nailed it! Oh, Scarlet went to sleep. She's not here to back me up. Fuck. Take it easy, Scarlet, if you hadn't already left. I think we'll go through to do these 10, and then we'll probably switch back to a regular Picross. I think we'll go do another clip Picross, actually. That's what we'll do. Yeah, like, see, this row is just, like, there's no empty spaces. You can just kind of just drop them all in. One row doing that is typically not a big deal, but I've definitely seen color Picross before where that's, like, the entire picture, and it's like, there's no real challenge in, like, filling it out at that point. You're just kind of, it's more of a paint by numbers at that point. This is a good example of how that didn't make a difference, because there's still so much of this that's, like, completely unanswered. Not there. Not there. Not there. Must be here. That's blocked. That's blocked. If these are all the darker brown, that can be dark brown. Or wait, no, those can all be dark brown except for that. Because then that would be a 2. That could be a dark brown. It can't be light brown, which means that has to go there. Oh wait, this row I can just totally fill in. 2, 1, 3, 1, 2. Yeah. This one is free. Okay, so that's gonna help a little bit. That has to be a dark brown. That can't be. That has to be. That can't be. So that has to be. Okay. That's totally. Uh-oh. I got you. I put the X in the wrong spot. I was gonna say burger. I was kind of close. We gotta sit back down. These are so intimidating. Like, you really have to look at these in a completely different light. Like, you almost have completely different logic and reasoning for these. That could technically be over, except it can't be. Never mind. Never mind. Oops. That one. And that goes there. Okay. Nothing can go there. Well. Oops. What am I doing? Logic dictates that goes there. You could assume this goes here, but that's not necessarily true. This 2 could go anywhere. So let's not make that assumption. I think some of these rows can just be filled in. Not that one. Not that one. 2. Not quite, but close enough. If we do that and like that. 1, 1, 1. That doesn't give us as much to work with as I thought. 2, 2. Neither does this one, but it gives us something. There we go. Now we got something to work with. Okay, so this is 2. Can't go there. Pretty right on this. Excuse me. Okay, that has to go there. These are intimidating. I guess I'm kind of glad that there's not too many of them. The thing is once you start getting into the rhythm, you're kind of like, I want more, right? By the time I really start getting into it, I'm gonna be like halfway through with them already. They're probably much harder to design though, so I kind of get it. I'm taking a shot that this is, I'm taking a pretty big leap of faith right here. It might be totally wrong. We'll see what happens. I shouldn't allow myself to do that, because leaps of faith are dangerous, but... that could go either. Yeah, got nothing to work with there. Oh my god. Where'd the yawns come from all of a sudden? can't go there, but it could go here or here. That's more assuming that I'm not comfortable with. Let's dial it back a little bit. Okay, so that does go there. Because it cannot go there. So those have to go there. Which means this goes here. That has to go there. Here. It's a ladybug. Good, I've stopped trying to identify what it is before I finish it, which is going to be helpful. If I try to focus too much on that, I will put myself in... I will give myself trouble. Alright, yeah, let's do the clip. I kind of want to try to do one of those 30 by 30s tonight. We'll see. We'll do this first. You're very tired. Is your sleep schedule messed up? I did notice you missed Tuesday night. Was that because of disoriented sleep schedule? That happens, especially if you don't have anything like locking your schedule into place. Before I started streaming, my sleep schedule was like all over the place because I just didn't have a reason to keep it consistent at all. The hell am I not seeing? I got you. Well, this might not... We might not go for a full 6 hours on this stream. Just because I don't necessarily want to burn through this too quickly, and I kind of have to see, like, was interest high enough that I should stream the entire thing, or should I just play this on my off time? So I don't think we're gonna push for, like, a super long stream. We might stop around 5 hours instead of the usual 6. Which I think we're rapidly approaching already. It's easy to stream, because it's, like... I don't have to worry too much about, like, finding things to do, right? I can just kind of go. Might be like a once-a-week thing, maybe. It's a good chill stream kind of thing, because I can focus more on, like, talking with you guys instead of gameplay so much. Even though it still does take a fair degree of focus. It's easier to pause, I guess, is the thing. Like I said earlier, this one seems to have a fair deal of content in it, so that's good too. It's kind of odd to me, like, I regularly notice that, like, around, like, despite the quarantine and everything, around this hour, around, like, between midnight, 1 o'clock, people just start dropping like crazy. For the East Coast, that makes sense, because people are going to sleep. What doesn't make sense is I don't seem to pull in people from the West Coast, like, at all. And I wonder why that is. You think we would have a lot of people on the West Coast, because for them it's only almost 10 o'clock instead of almost 1 o'clock. The night is still young for them. Like, you'd think that most streams would be like, it would start with a certain set of viewers, and then as it progresses, it would, by the time we end, it's a completely different set of viewers. But that's kind of just not how it works. Just a brief moment of thinking out loud. Yeah, but he's also in the minority. I don't have very many viewers on, like, the West Coast, that feels like. That might actually be incorrect, though. Regardless, people seem to always drop, like, around this hour. I'm often ready to go later, but in a lot of cases, it's just like, no one's here, so I'm like, I might as well just call it quits. Which might be why you don't have more West Coast viewers, because I don't go late enough. By the time they're looking for someone to watch, I'm usually stopping. I do know that I sometimes get, when I go like really late, I sometimes get like UK viewers like right at the end of the stream, and I always feel bad because they almost always come in right as I'm doing the outro and saying, all right, that's gonna be it for tonight. Something else here. Are you still working through Final Fantasy VII, Volpe? Or are you not really going super hard on that just yet? The other reason to keep these streams shorter is that after so many hours of doing these, I start to get a little bit of mental fatigue. And then I start to, like... These puzzles are taking longer, not because they're getting harder, but because I think I'm starting to wear out, like, a little bit. So I'm just not seeing the solutions as obviously as I was earlier. I think they're also getting a slight bit harder, but I think it's mostly that slight bit of burnout. Excuse me. Hence all the yawning. And honestly, with back issues, doing shorter streams is a good idea anyway, because then I won't push myself as hard. Although, mostly I've been feeling much better there, which just makes me want to push myself harder, because now I'm like, ooh, you're feeling a little bit better, let's get caught up. Which is a terrible idea. I guess I'm still seeing the puzzle pretty clearly, just not as quickly. Another small thing that bothers me about autocorrect is it wouldn't have corrected me there. Even though that was an error. But it was an erroneous X placement. They don't take those into account. Which therefore leads to you make mistakes, but you don't necessarily catch that you made the mistake. And you're so used to the game telling you when you make a mistake that you never see it, because you're like, well, the game didn't tell me. Oh, you're still in Midgar? Okay, I got you. You're still trying to finish Dragon Quest 3 too, right? Do you know how close you are to finishing that one? Or are you just kind of going? If you didn't pick it up from the house, it's like becoming more and more obvious at this point, right? Oh, you think you are getting close to the end? As much as I don't want to, I was talking to View about this the other day. I'm thinking the next RPG I play, I'm probably gonna I think I talked about this on stream a bit too. I don't remember why, but I don't remember the context. But I was talking about we might, like, the next RPG I play, I might look up like a spoiler-free walkthrough just to have a list on hand in case I just completely don't know where to go. That I can just real quick look and be like, oh, this is where I'm supposed to go. Because I remember... I guess I don't remember if I got too lost in Final Fantasy IX. I don't think getting lost was the issue. I think a lot of the issue was, like I was complaining earlier, Kuja's a horribly written villain, and that kind of took me out of it. But I think it was also... If I remember right, that was like right before an E3 or something. And I had to switch my schedule around to do the E3 stuff, and then I had a hard time getting back to it once. Like, because we were doing it as overnight streams, right? And then, due to switching my schedule around, we stopped doing overnights. Which kind of left it homeless, for lack of a better way of putting it. Or it's like, well, now where are we gonna put it? I think, if anything, my issue with Clip Picross is that the puzzles aren't very big. So sometimes they're like, they feel kind of busy-worky, like they don't feel as satisfying. I think they could solve that by... In Pokemon Picross, they had one that was like... You notice here they only have certain tiles of the mural? They don't have the full thing panned out? I think if they would do that, it would feel a little bit more satisfying. If it was like you had to do the entire thing. But then I guess even then, it has the potential to get kind of like grindy feeling. Because then you sometimes have these tiles that just don't have anything on them, but it's like, well, you gotta fill them out. I guess something... Going back to that whole conversation we had about what constitutes a fairy tale. I guess one of the things there is that fairy tales are public domain, right? Like, anyone can use those. If you decided I want to make my own version of Red Riding Hood, you can just fucking do that. There's no one stopping you from doing that, because it's public domain. So I guess what would stop this from being a fairy tale is, I'm pretty sure Disney owns the rights to Wizard of Oz. So you can't just be like, I want to make my own version of the Wizard of Oz. You can't do that, because then they'll be like, but we own that property. Maybe they don't. Maybe they only own the rights to making content or something. I don't know. That might be a key difference, though. Come to think of it. Is it public domain? Is it? I guess they just... Because I thought that the movies that... They made a movie like a couple years ago. I thought that was considered like an actual installment. Maybe it wasn't. That's true. I'm looking at it from the perspective of how long the movie's been around, and it was a book first, right? And that's the point, Volpe. Like, you couldn't make your own Harry Potter story. You couldn't just go out and make a movie based in the Harry Potter universe. You'd need permission from the copyright holders. Not only permission, but like contracts and all that stuff. Public domain means you can kind of do anything, because that's... nobody owns it anymore. And then a couple years ago, Disney kind of aggressively changed the way copyright laws work, because they Mickey Mouse almost got old enough to become public domain, and they were like hell if that's gonna happen. Like, they weren't okay with losing that character, so they kind of rewrote how things work. But then we're getting into some pretty complicated shit, so... Wait. No, that could be a 1. I'm dumb. I almost screwed myself there. That was almost ugly. It's not a 1. We know that now, but I almost screwed myself.
I see chat moving. I'm trying to find a good stopping point.
I don't want to lose where my head's at here. This is flowing pretty well. Worst case, I'll just finish it. Like so. Hey Raiders, how's it going? That's true, Codename Steam does include the Wizard of Oz characters. I forgot about that. Which also, duh, Wizard of Oz is right here. They didn't get permission from Disney to do this. So clearly it's public domain. I'm dumb. Like, wow. Oh boy. Pixelman, Demonic Light Gazer, Fragile Memories, Miss Glow, Lightning Farron, Invu Love, and Monster Matt. How is it going, Matt? How was your stream tonight? What were you playing? Was it Persona? Or was that last night? Or was last night Celeste? I lurked very briefly yesterday. My days are all just blurring together right now. Renee, thank you for coming along the way. Thank you everyone for coming along the way, by the way. Yeah, we were talking earlier that, like, a lot of people, their days probably don't make any sense right now because of the quarantine and everything. My thing is, I took off yesterday, and I don't usually take Wednesdays off, so that just kind of messed everything up. And now I'm very... I keep forgetting it's Thursday. Because usually on Thursdays I'm playing Mega Man. It'll make sense eventually. Celeste was last night. Playing Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. Is that blind? Or have you played those before? I remember seeing that you were starting to play it, like, last week or the week before. I hope that went well for you so far, though. So, this is Picross. I don't even really know how to explain Picross. Also known as nanograms. That's another term used for it. I wish I could, like, show this without the timer ticking down. Basically, each of these rows and columns, the numbers are how many tiles you have to fill in that row or column. If there's multiple numbers, like, here we have 311, so there has to be 3 tiles, a gap of any number, a 1, another gap of any number, and then another 1. I don't know if I'm any good at explaining it, to be honest. It's super fun, though. It's super fun and super zen. They've made... This is the 4th one they've put out on Switch. They've done a few, like, spin-offs on Switch, if you want to call them that. But this is, like, the main series they've done on Switch. Each one's about, like $8 or $10 or something like that. I recommend it. If you like puzzly things, then I think it's a lot of fun. I don't think it's too hard to learn, but then I've also been, like, learning, like, teaching myself how to play it over the last, like, 20 years. So I might not be, like, the correct person to ask. At this point, it's a lot of, like, second nature to me. Which is why it's hard to explain. Uh-oh. There we go. The music in this one is, like, super jammin', too. I'm liking the soundtrack in this one. I want to say it's kind of like Sudoku. It is in terms of, like, how you're using rows and columns to triangulate the answer, I guess. Yeah, I was trying to, when we started tonight, I was trying to, like, really focus on explaining, like, everything. With easier puzzles, that's, like, kind of hard to do, because things move so quickly. And then I was kind of, like, I don't know, do people even need the explanation? Maybe it's just... Maybe it's a situation of, I'm playing it and you're chilling. Maybe the explanation isn't necessary. Alright, Fragile Memories, thanks for coming along on the raid. And for hanging out for even just a couple minutes, it's appreciated. Hey JMT, how's it going? This is the Switch series of Picross titles. Like I said, this is the 4th one. It just came out today. I think I would recommend this one more than the others, because there seems to be a lot of content in this one, which is pretty cool. The other ones had a fair deal of content too, but I feel like this one might have gone a little above and beyond. They did like 7 of them on 3DS, too. I think. There was a lot of them on 3DS. I never got any of the 3DS ones, though. I can't vouch for how good those are. But these guys have been making these... This is, the studio that does it is Jupiter Inc.? I don't know if it's Inc. They have their hands in some of the Pokemon games, too. They've been making these titles since the Game Boy. So they kind of know what they're doing. There was a 3-title series on the Game Boy and Super Nintendo of Mario's Picross. Those are the ones that I got introduced to this with. Although only one of them was ever localized, so when I said about having to basically teach myself this over the last 20 years, that's like not an exaggeration, because only the first one had tutorials I could read. Yeah, there was a lot of them on 3DS. Pokemon Picross was free to play. You can still just kind of go download that. Twilight Princess was free too, wasn't it? But didn't you have to get it through Club Nintendo or something like that, which is now My Nintendo? I don't know if it's still there. It might be. But yeah, they made those two as well. I'm glad that these have continued to do well enough that Nintendo's been like, yeah, keep making them. Like, make more. Because it's still a fairly obscure thing. Not a lot of people know about them. So there's also a ton of Picross games on mobile, but they tend to suck. They tend to not be very good. So I would not recommend checking any of those out. I have checked quite a few of them out, and I've, like, never really been impressed. Either the puzzles aren't very well made, or the controls suck because they're all, like, you know, virtual controller nonsense. Or ads, stuff like that. doing a lot of mismenuing. They do get pretty complex, I'm not gonna lie. These are kind of... A lot of these are easier, because they're smaller. The worst we've dealt with here is we've... A couple 15 by 15s. There was this 20 by 15 up here. But... The Switch ones typically don't get larger than that. But there are 30 by 30 puzzles in this one, and those... That's a little intimidating. It's a little intimidating. It might be pretty tricky. This one also has some color Picross puzzles, which will... Those require a slightly different mindset as well. And then there's Mega Picross. We don't talk about Mega Picross. Mega Picross is a jerk. Mega Picross does this convoluted thing where it, like, adds two rows together. It's... I hate it. I hate it. It's... borderline, like, fourth dimensional thinking kind of stuff. It's probably not actually that bad, but it's... I'm not a fan. Trying to, like, see an example where I can be like, okay, this area here, imagine if it was this. Like, okay, let's look at these two rows right here, this, like, block of three. Imagine if instead of those two hints on the side, it was just one hint that was just a big block with a 3 in it. Basically telling you, there's a block of 3 in here somewhere stretched across both of these rows. Somewhere. Good luck. It's like, it's uncomfortable. Except it also still gives you other hints, so there'll be like a 1 up here, and then the 3, and then there's like a 2 and another 1, except they're all jumbled and out of order because they're not... the rows aren't aligned with each other, and it's... makes my head hurt just thinking about it. Why even give me a puzzle that small? What sort of detail could that show? It's the Scarecrow's, like, armpit. Why? It didn't add anything. This one's probably not gonna add anything either. It's gonna be like one spire of that Emerald City. Ooh, I'm dumb. There we go. It's just a W. Yeah, like why? That detail didn't unearth anything interesting. I guess they wanted to have it be thorough without being, like, the entire thing. I guess probably the most confusing thing about watching this would have to be you have no idea where I'm looking, right? I imagine if you knew, like, which, like, numbers I was looking at, it would be easier to determine, like, where did you just figure that out from. I guess you can kinda tell because of the cursor, but still. that was the last one. Neat. Do I do another one of those? Maybe. Like, we have another one ready to go. But it's gonna be a while before we get the next one. We only have 3 pieces there. So what's the point in rushing there, right? God, that one is twice as large. That's crazy. I don't want to do more color. I almost... Let's demonstrate. No, I know how to do Mega Picross. It's bullshit. I know that already. Yeah, look at this. What? Now, granted, there's still a lot of obvious stuff here, but what does this mean? The 1 and the 6. What on earth? So, all we can triangulate from that is that there's a block of, there's a shape of 6 here somewhere. We know that that 1 is above the 6 and it's on the right-hand column, so we know it can't be there. Now, granted, this is like a simpler puzzle, so I could probably figure it out without even using the mega hints, but trying to demonstrate how stupid it is. Which that's basically the strategy for dealing with Mega Picross, is like just try to figure everything else out and hope that you solve the mega part at some point. Like accidentally, like I just did. Wait, do like the first row? Maybe even the first page. Am I feeling that bold? Yeah, see, this one kind of solved itself. On bigger puzzles, it's a much more of an issue. Look at this garbage. Excuse me. Oh, we know that's that. Oops. As long as I don't have to do those 30 by 30 with megas, we should be fine. That sounds like an actual... That's an actual layer of hell, I'm pretty sure. Look at this. It actually makes me angry. And that's even with, like... I kinda know how to do these, and it still is like, who do you think you are? You think I'm just gonna take this lying down? Well, you're right. I'm probably going to. Yeah, they haven't thrown anything too crazy at me yet, but I'm just kind of trying to demonstrate, like, look at this. Alright, that's actually easier to figure out than it looks, but it's still stupid. Well, it's not free, though. Until we start filling these in, and then it gets kind of free. The 2s are pretty simple, because there's only one way the 2s can be aligned. So it's not much of a puzzle. It's just a matter of figuring out where they belong. It's a fairly stupid thing to say, wasn't it? It's not much of a puzzle, you just have to figure out where they belong. No shit. Is that what a puzzle is? Whew. think we're gonna try and get through this whole page. No, they just haven't thrown anything difficult at me yet. These have been all kind of like solving themselves megas. Also has to go there, which means this just fills in. That's... I guess the thing I don't like in this context is it's gonna take way more focus, especially the later puzzles, which is gonna make it really shitty for streaming. Because I'm just gonna not be saying much. Oh, that's free. No, it's totally free. I don't like that sound effect they have in this music track. Wow. I don't know why, I just don't like it. I don't even remember that puzzle. Like, these are all puzzles. These are the same puzzles that we did, in normal Picross? Legit don't remember that one. Oops. Oh, that's not as free as I thought. Back up. Don't do anything stupid. You're better than that. You have another account, Twain? Oops. You have 3 accounts? Do I actually, like... Ah, never mind. I'm not gonna say that. I guess I have a bunch of accounts, too. Like, why am I surprised by that? Oh, I fucked it. Hold on, that's not right. Focus. Focus. I really don't like that sound. Wow. So, it doesn't sound like it's actually a part of the music. It sounds like it's a random sound effect chiming in. Rapture Hill. You're not... Yeah, you're not streaming tonight, right? I imagine there's other stuff you want to do. How are you and the wife feeling, by the way? I haven't asked in a couple days. Also, yeah, you are off tonight, right? We should probably do that, that race testing tonight. Once I'm done. And after I get something to eat. Yeah, that's right. Lock that in. This. Is it just that? Yeah. That's kind of a guess. Same, I guess. No real change, which isn't... But yeah, that's, like... I guess the important... Like, okay, it sucks that she's not feeling better, but at least she's not feeling worse, and you're not showing any symptoms. Like, I guess that's the important thing. Stop making dumb mistakes. Holy God. What's wrong with you? That has to just be fill in the entire area, right? Because otherwise, how would you know? I think that took less time than it did when I was on normal. Because I'm warmed up now. Not necessarily. Don't. No. Oh, okay. The thing I didn't point out is those separate numbers on Mega Picross, that means that they can't be next to each other between the two rows. Because otherwise that would make them a big number, right? So, like, when I'm placing these ones, they can't be next to where these twos and ones are. Fuck Mega Picross. It's hot trash. Making me feel like a tryhard. Okay, well, this has to be there. That has to be a 1, so that has to be the 2. A 1 here, which means this. Okay. That's... But that could be the 3, or it could be the 1. No. It's the 3. I'm honestly shocked they must really think Mega Picross is, like, it. Because they put it in every one of these. Like... Usually, a lot of the stuff they put in these games, they'll put it in, like, one game, and then they'll be like, okay, we're not gonna put it in the next one. Mega Picross is in every single one. So they must love it. They must think this is sick. Hey, like guys, welcome back. Yeah, there used to be a lot of Flash games in of this. Just like now, there's a lot of mobile games. Oh, trampoline! I remember this one now. Yeah, now that I see it, I'm like... The funny thing is if you would have said guy jumping on trampoline, I might have known what you were talking about. Except it was more deadly? You mean there was, like, consequences? I have all the consequences turned off. They do have, like, autocorrect and stuff, but that shit drives me crazy. I did play one on the channel a couple months ago. PictoQuest, which was like a Picross RPG. And that was actually like you were fighting monsters as you were solving the puzzle. It was pretty neat. I really liked it. It was like kind of short though. That was like my only gripe. But I thought mechanically it was really interesting. Puzzles were well designed too. That's usually my problem with when I try like random Picross games on like my phone or whatever. The puzzles are usually pretty poorly designed. Like you can actually Picross these can be unsolvable if you're not careful. You can't just slap a picture down and be like, "Hey, I made a Picross puzzle." Like there's a chance it could be unsolvable. And a lot of the ones on like mobile and stuff, they don't thoroughly test them to see if they're solvable or not. They're just kind of like, "Hey, there's a puzzle." Okay, well I know the 2 is there, which means the 1 is there. It's really hard to explain how they become unsolvable, because I haven't tried to make Picross puzzles myself. I just know that I've played some that are unsolvable. Usually what it comes down to is like... Oh, I wish I still had that paint thing set up. I used to have something where I could draw on the side of my layout, but I took that down. If you took one of these puzzles, 5x5, 10x10, whatever, and you just drew a diagonal line from one corner to the next, just a 1 pixel width diagonal line, and then you looked at the way it spelled out the rows, all of the rows are just gonna have 1s in them, right? Which makes it sound like it would be easy to solve, except you don't know which way the line is pointing. Because it could be pointing either way and those numbers would still be correct. So typically from what I've seen, that's when it happens, is when you have a long diagonal line of where it could be flipped either way. That's usually where I see it, where I'm like, oh yeah, this is just, you just have to guess. I have never seen it happen in a Jupiter-made one, though. I've never seen that be a thing. I think they do a pretty good job of testing their puzzles. Which, like I said, they should, because they've been doing it for... I'm curious when Mario's Picross came out. Game Boy days, so it had to have been like 94? Or something like that? So, 25 years? Like, yeah, they should be good at it. No assist is... Can I look at it here? Yeah, so you have these assist functions. The hint roulette is like, at the beginning of every puzzle, there'll be a roulette along all of the columns and all of the rows, and it just kind of, wherever it lands, it fills those two in. To, like, give you a place to start. Navigation highlights the rows in blue or red, depending on if they're right or not. And then autocorrect just outright tells you if you make a mistake. You can turn all of those off, but for the final puzzle on every page, you have no choice. You have to turn them off. I already turned them off because that's the only way you can get the little star on the puzzle that shows that if you're going for, like, full try-hard clear, like I am. It is pushing 2 a.m. Yeah, I was actually going to stop around 5 o'clock, but then you guys came in, so... But that's good, because it gave me an energy boost, so... I'll probably only go for about another half an hour, and then I'll probably stop myself. On that note, do I want to try one of these monstrosities? Fuck it, let's do... Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. Yeah. Oh my god! Can you guys even see those numbers? Alright, well, they gave me free rows on the edges to start with, so that's considerate. Oh my goodness. I can barely read those numbers, and I'm only like 2 feet away. They tiny. I don't think this is actually going to take that long to solve, honestly. The fact that they gave me the borders, like, kind of really helps. It's going to make it not too bad. You have to turn up the quality on the stream? Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Anyway, Matt, thank you for bringing the raid over, by the way. If any of you guys haven't checked out Monster Map before, I'm pretty sure most of you have, but be sure to do so if you haven't. Let me... I don't know what my own commands are. Is it Monster? Is it Matt? Is it Monster Matt? Is it... something else random? No, it looks like it's just Monster. I was starting to crash a little bit too, so yeah, it was definitely a welcome energy boost. I'll probably see you myself again on Monday if you're going to be playing Mega Man again. I love checking that out. I really want to replay those all on stream at some point, but I'm holding out, hoping that they're going to put a collection out someday. I just replayed them all in a row, like, a couple years ago, before I started streaming again. But I'm still like, nah, I'd play them again. I love those things. Yeah, this one is, like, kind of free. The challenge is, like, reading the numbers. That might not necessarily be where it goes. I think it is, though. If we do... There, that one. 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, that's right? Yeah, right. Yeah, they made sure to introduce you to this, like, they're easing me in here. This could be substantially harder than it is. There was a Picross game on DS that they made that was aptly named Picross DS, which is probably my favorite one because it had, like, I think it was still sets of 15 puzzles like this one was, but each, like, page had a different theme with, like, a completely different, like, graphic for the grid and everything. That one went up to 20 by 20, I think. It might have even gone further than that. And that was crazy because on the DS screen, you had to zoom in to do it. Like, there was no way it would fit on the screen otherwise. I think that's why they typically don't make puzzles this large anymore, because they know that you have to... It's, like, almost impossible to see what you're doing. Any larger than this, and you outright would not be able to see what you're doing here. Ooh, that's not right. Oh no, I messed up. Okay. I found it, at least. That could have been bad if I couldn't find where I messed up. But again, this is kind of like, they really ease you in with this, because this is kind of just fill it in. This isn't much of a puzzle. This is kind of like, I can just go one row at a time. I guess if you wouldn't have figured out, oh, just go for the corners, or for the borders first, it would have been substantially more difficult, but... Now, there are 5 of these, so the other ones are probably going to be harder. Just be filled in. It's kind of like, this is taking a long time because it's big, right? Not because it's difficult. It's huge. But then as soon as I stopped taking it seriously, all of a sudden I was like, oh god, what do I do? We got this Final Fantasy IX overworld sounding track on us again. Is this the same one, or is it slightly different but still sounding like the same instruments and everything? It sounds very similar. It is a thick puzzle, that's not inaccurate. But it's also a tower. What's the... Is there a meme term for being super tall? Like, so tall that you can see the curvature of the earth? Because it's also that. Opposite of right. Oh yeah, I guess that's right. For a second there, I almost lost it. I was like, oh no. What do we do? Now what? Which way that one goes? It sounds familiar, but I don't think I do. Off the top of my head. That could go either way. Oh, no, it couldn't. No, it couldn't. Credit where credit's due, it did get a little bit more puzzling at the end here. Just the first part was kind of like... It was like basically a paint by number. 4, okay, 1, 1. Any there. Oh boy. 12 minutes. So they animated the color ones, but not these? I even get some extra ones of these. 40 by 30. My god. So these are them saying, oh, you've played all 4 of these, so you really want to be punished. Okay. Here you go. Have fun. What do we want to do for, like... We have, like... About, like, 10 minutes worth of content. I don't know if I want to go much further through here. Alright, I guess for... No, not color. That's not what I wanted. Clip. Let's do these for like 10 minutes. That's a substantial one anyway, so... Except, even this seems like super low-key compared to what I just did. Like, oh, 15 by 20, how quaint. The Tin Man doing a thing, I guess. Man, it seems so mundane after after doing a 30 by 30. It's still, like, tricky, though. It's just not as exciting? I don't know. Like, it's not like it's easy. Still get a kick out of this music track in particular. Just having that, like... I don't even know what that is. It sounds like a washboard or something. It's like such a unique instrument that you don't hear in music very often. Then they've also got the maracas in there. It's like... because why not, right? No, I can't do that. Well, I know that's a 3... Now we know that the 4 is up here. Okay. No, that's part of the 3. Have we not placed the 6 yet? I mean, I am fairly certain it's right there. I mean, I guess we can kind of triangulate it now. Oh, yep, there we go. Here's a potential concern, though. When I pick this up, like, next week. I feel like the difficulty curve in this is pretty good. Like, it's ramped up steadily. To the point where, like, I don't feel bored with it. Which most of these games have had that curve to them. Ordinarily with these games, though, I get a new one and I just play it, like... That's the only thing I do with my life, until I complete it. Not planning on doing that with this one. I think I'm gonna try to save this one to stream. So I almost worry if after, like, a week of not playing it, if I'll be able to pick it back right back up at this level, or if I'm gonna be like, oh god, I'm rusty. And bad. Probably not too big of a concern, but... guess that's the only way it fits.
That's what she said.
I was gonna say, fuck, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I just couldn't see anything. Okay, so... Whoops. Did I just fuck that up? No, we're good. There. That. It's that. We still don't know that one way or the other. Now we do. Now we do. Yup. Oh, that's an angry face. That is an angry face. Wow, they got to the wizard already? They're booking. They're booking. Alright, I think that will be it for tonight. That puts us, like, I have about 5 minutes to do outro and all that good stuff, so that's fucking Picross. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, I'm gonna try to save this one for streaming. I'm gonna try to avoid playing it offline too much. Probably get... If I save it for streaming and we really commit to it, which I might not, we'll see how, like, tonight's stream did in terms of, like, people... Those that did stop in seemed to enjoy it. But I worry that a lot of people might, like, see the thumbnail and be like, what the fuck is that? And they're just like, I'm gonna go watch Mario Maker instead. Duh, duh. But, yeah, we'll see how it does. I'll definitely do it again next week, I think. Unless I end this stream and it's like, you got 22 views. And then I'll be like, okay, we're not doing that again. It's probably not that bad, though. As long as it continues to do well, we'll do the whole thing on stream. These games are decently long. I think I usually get, like, a couple dozen hours out of these games. So that could fill quite a few streams. I don't know what day we'll do it on. That's kind of up in the air. But we'll probably play it again next week. Otherwise, we'll be back with Animal Crossing tomorrow. I have a bunch of construction projects I want to do. Earth Day stuff started, so now we have shrubbery. And we can plant those, which is cool, because literally, like, yesterday, this time, I was like, man, I really wish I could put something up other than fences to decorate my town. And then Nintendo, it was like, here you go. I was like, oh, thank you. Good looking out. It's like you knew I was gonna ask for this. So we'll probably do quite a bit of stuff with that tomorrow. Saturday we'll be back with Risk of Rain. Probably speedrun practice after that. I haven't met Red yet. He did not show up on today. I was watching somebody that met Red though. What was I saying? Saturday, Risk of Rain. We'll probably do speedrun practice after that. Sunday, I'm planning on going through the Wily Wars, Mega Man 1, 2, 3, and the and Wily Tower as a speedrun, like one whole block. It'll take around like 3 hours. I haven't decided what I'm doing after that yet. I might do a Link's Awakening run. I might start practicing the Game Boy Mega Man games, because I'd like to start running those a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna kind of wing it. We'll see how the Wily Wars run goes. Maybe I'll just do, like, random runs in that afterwards or something. Monday will be off because I'll be over racing with Twain, aka Students of Gaming. We just do not super serious speedrun races. I like to say we're just running the same game at the same time while talking about it. Honestly, it's not super competitive, but it's a lot of fun regardless. We haven't done it in a while, so I'm looking forward to it. As long as my runs don't suck, because the last few practice runs I've done have been pretty bad. So, we'll see how that goes. And then as for next week, I don't really know what's going on next week yet. Like I said, we'll probably play this again at some point. Mega Man Zero Collection is all done. I might do a speedrun Sunday of that, because I basically have all the achievements done except for the speedrun mode, and I was like, I could just kind of do that on a speedrun day, right? Like, why not? I don't know. I don't know about that, because people didn't seem to care about the Zero Collection too much, so I might not, because I have so much else to do. We might try to start the Sonic Marathon back up next week. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. Otherwise, who all do we have? Do you guys want to raid? I don't know what I have available. It's probably a lot of Mario Maker, and I typically don't go for that personally. But if you guys want to raid, we can probably cook something up. It looks like I have one option we could hit. Most of these other options I'm not too into, but it looks like we do have one option if you guys are into it. I think we have a lot of people lurking, though, so we might not. We might just skip it. It's been a while since I've gone over there. Let me see if they're actually... Last time I wanted to go over... They weren't actually playing what they were saying. What they said they were playing, so let's check in first before I commit to that. Yeah, it looks like it's a... I haven't seen much of these games. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Even if it's a smaller raid, that's okay. We haven't, like, raided in a while. Because usually I either don't have the people here, or or I don't have options for raiding, because it's super late. So yeah, even if it's a smaller one, that's cool. We can do that. So... I think that's it. Like I said, that was Picross. That was a lot of fun. I hope you guys had fun watching, even if it was just hanging out. Maybe it wasn't even the game so much as just hanging out. I hope you still had fun. We'll get back to it next week, I think. Otherwise, if you guys will join me on a raid, we'll go see how Flapper's doing. I haven't stopped in there for a while. He's playing Trials of Mana, that's the one that they're about to remake, right? This is the original he's playing, though. I have the demo for the new one. Yeah, that's the one they're about to remake and re-release. I still have to try the demo out. I haven't yet. I don't know much about these series, so I probably shouldn't watch too much in case I decide to play them, but that's alright. We'll do it anyway. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight, whether you were hanging out and chatting or... Hey Coulter, welcome back. Whether you were hanging out and chatting or you were lurking or watching offline, whether you were hanging out for 5 minutes, 5 hours. Thank you everyone who came along with the raid. And Monster Matt for bringing the raid here in the first place. Again, whether you hung out for a little while, or you just or hung out for until now, or just stopped in for a couple minutes, it's all appreciated. I'll see you guys over there for the raid. I'll see you back here tomorrow for Animal Crossing, the Ed Leaves Town celebration. I don't think the new villager is going to be logged in yet. Logged in? Moved in. I don't think he'll be moved in yet, but Ed's gone. Woo! Alright, thanks again for hanging out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy.